All right, we're live. At least I think I am. I'll have to double check here. Make sure that we're live. Are we live? We are live. Whoop, I'm having sound on, haven't we? Yep, we turn the sound on that. At least I can confirm that we're live, right? So welcome. Welcome, Smash those hearts. Let's get some people in here and start talking about things and answer some questions, right? Welcome. Welcome. Smash those hearts, champions. Welcome in. What are you guys working on today? What are you guys doing today? Anything worth thinking about? Anything worth talking about? Anything interesting going on in your lives? I got some stuff to talk about today. Seems like I'm a little off here with the thing, right? Is that because of the way I'm sitting? Let's just move that over just a tad until it looks like I'm too far over. No, see, then when I do that, it looks like I'm too far over. All right, we're just gonna leave it there. All right, welcome everybody. Got some stuff to talk about today. Right? If I start talking about it now, nobody's in the audience, so I'll wait until there's more people in here, and then we'll talk about it. Okay? Because it's right now. It is 9:30 a.m. in New South Wales, Australia. That means that it's 2:30 p.m. on the west coast of the United States. Ivy, welcome in. Hit those hearts, champions, and share this out. Right? Tormed, I like that. Right? Welcome. Smash those hearts and share this out so we can get some more people in here so we can talk about things. I got a lot of really cool stuff to talk about. Something that I wasn't sure was happening, and then one of the people in the coalition messaged me, Penny, if she pops in. She messaged me and said, "What the heck? What is going on? Is this just me?" So we started looking at stuff. Right? Let's get some people in here so I can talk about that. You guys are going to trip on this because some of you are going to be aware of it. Some of you are going to go, huh? Some of you are going to go, I don't think so, pal. There was a timeline shift, so there's going to be some more Mandela effect happening, and I'm not even sure how far it goes. I do know one way it goes because we've been investigating it since yesterday, and it seems that it happened either yesterday or not too soon before that. It looks like it might have been on our Sunday, which would have been your guys' Saturday if you're in America or the UK. But we didn't really notice it. But when we're looking back, it looks like that. So somewhere between Sunday and Monday and yesterday, Tuesday, somewhere between that area, there was a timeline shift. Okay. And there's things that have changed. We don't know all the extent of it because we didn't really realize it until we started noticing things. And this is the first time that we noticed the things that we noticed. Okay. So if you guys are interested, if you guys know about the Mandela effect, right? Raise your hand if you know about the Mandela effect, right? Van Gogh, thank you for those hearts. People who are sharing this out and hitting some hearts. Thank you for that. Jamie, welcome in. Smash those hearts, champions, and get some more people in here. Share this out. We're talking about a possible timeline shift, which means two timelines that were side by side with this one merged. Okay. So the collapse of the timelines is happening. Those of us who've been working on this, we're making this happen so we can put everything back together and get all those fractured pieces that were, done by the powers that should not be. I call them the controllers in my book, and they fractured things so that they were in charge in all these timelines. We're fixing that and putting it all back together. And when things shift to come back together, some people's memory remembers things differently than other people's memory, and they say, "Oh, you guys are just tripping. That's the Mandela effect." I don't know if you guys know what that is, right? You have a memory of something that millions, if not billions, of people have that same memory, and it's not that way anymore. Okay, that's why they call it the Mandela effect, because the most famous one was Nelson Mandela, right? Do you have the memory of Nelson Mandela dying in prison? First of all, do you know who Nelson Mandela is? You may not even know the name, right? That's okay if you don't. Okay, so if you're old enough to remember the name of Nelson Mandela, so you would have to be probably above the age of 30 to actually remember Nelson Mandela. Okay, so that's where they started the Mandela effect, because there were people that remember different events happening differently, and they said, well, you guys are just all remembering that wrong that way. And I've always said to people, how is it that millions and millions, tens of millions of people could have the exact same wrong memory? Okay, they say that, well, you guys are just cuckoo. That's not true. That is not true. Okay, and that is actually what's happening, right? So let's start with the Mandela effect, and we're going to move up into what we noticed in the last 2 days. Okay, so there has been a timeline shift, a timeline merge, two timelines merged. Okay, and the one that we're in right now is different from the one that some of us were in a couple of days ago. Okay, so the Mandela effect is that, do you remember Nelson Mandela? You may or may not, you may not be old enough, but if you do you remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison? Or do you remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison and his wife becoming the president of South Africa? Or do you remember Nelson Mandela not dying in prison, becoming the president of South Africa, and then his wife becoming the president of South Africa after he dies? Those are three different memories, right? A couple of days ago, okay, wait, Lee, what are you saying here? Lil says a couple of days ago. What are we saying here? A couple of days ago, a couple moments ago, wait a minute. A couple of days ago, a couple of moments ago, decisions ago, multi-dimensional layers, right? I mean, truly, okay? You're right about that, truly, right? In that aspect from way up there, right? So yeah, so in some respects, you're right about that. So the Mandela effect is, which one? Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Everybody's starting to pop in that follows us, right? Talking about the Mandela effect again, because there's a Mandela effect that has happened. It's not a Mandela effect. It's a timeline shift because two timelines merged in the last couple of days, and we haven't discovered what else is wrong, right? I know what causes the Mandela effect. The Matrix is running out of memory. No, that's not true. Not true at all. Absolutely not true at all. There's infinite amount of memory because the actual matrix is the actual collective consciousness of everything in life, because it's actually the collective consciousness of the creator of the universe. Never going to run out of memory, like you're never going to run out of memory. What is happening is, when the bad guys got here to this earth and fractured the timelines, some of us came here to fix them, and we're putting the timelines back together. While we're doing that, it's rewriting history, because we are writing history. Okay, so it's writing, WRITING, because we are RIGHTing it. Okay, so we're rewriting history to write history, right? Is it a quantum? What is that? Cynthia computer? No, well, in a sense, I mean, your brain is. So, I mean, if you really want to get technical, your brain is a quantum synthetic computer, right? So, if you're asking that, your brain is that, but we have unlimited supply of memory. We don't run out of memory. The only thing that we do is reorganize memory, so we don't run out of it. So the universe, if we are, created in the mind, in the likeness of the creator, that would mean that there's some parts of us that came from. So if you look at it that way, and if you don't believe that, go and watch my podcast. It's called Orion Rising. Go and watch it on the MP4 file, so you can see the visuals. When it starts and the video plays and the music is playing, there are visuals for you to watch. Or you can Google this, okay? You can actually see that science has looked at that and gotten crazy about the idea, because they took one radial image of a brain cell, one single brain cell. They put it on the screen next to another radial image of the universe, and they're identical, except for the universe has more neural pathways. Okay, so literally, thank you for doing that, Lil. You went from a observer to following me. Thank you very much for that. Right, but we all do that, right? You move from the observer to the architecture, because we are the architect. So literally, we're moving things around and fixing things, and it's shifting these timelines back and getting rid of the timelines where they're in control, because they fracture the timelines and they're in control in all the timelines, dystopian societies, that kind of thing, right? So we're fixing those, getting rid of those, and sticking them all back together. And we don't know exactly when they're going to merge or what the ramifications are going to be, okay? But we do know that certain people who came from a higher plane of existence or are very close to the third eye opening will start remembering the other timeline. They'll still remember that. So they'll have two memories. They'll have the memory that they used to have in the other timeline, and then the memory of the timeline they're in currently. And that's done on purpose to help expand their consciousness, because they came from a higher plane of existence. They're immune to the timeline shifts, and because they're not veiled. If you're veiled, you're not going to know the timeline shifts. And that doesn't mean that you're not from a higher plane. It just means you're not awake enough to actually start perceiving them. Okay, so literally, okay, so you understand that. Good. So the Mandela effect, for those of you who don't understand that, they're trying to say that it's just a mass hysteria. It's just memory that all of us have that is wrong. Weird, because if it was just a memory, since our memory is personal to every single person, because we literally have different lives, even if we're standing side by side, we're going to perceive things completely different, because we perceive things through the lens of all that is us and all of that is our experience and our memories. So for an entire population of a billion people to have the same memory wrong exactly the same way is astronomically, statistically impossible. Okay. So I know how to see past the light spectrum. I literally know how the matrix looks. That actually does happen. I had one of my sisters said, I'm seeing like geometric shapes and spirals and things like that, right? You're not seeing, everybody thinks it's going to be like the movie. The movie was actually like a Japanese or a Chinese laundry, list or something that they were playing, but everybody thought you were going to see ones and zeros and ones because it's binary code. Well, if we were actually inside of a computer, you probably would. So the symbols that you see in the movie, I don't remember what they said it exactly was, but it was like a laundry list or something like that. It wasn't what everybody thought. It wasn't binary code in some way, right? But it was still worked. It did its job because it was kind of weird, right? So I'm not saying you can't, brother. Thank you for that. There's my wife that popped in. Thank you very much, Brooke. Make sure you follow her too. So no, I'm not saying that you can't, because most people who wake up start seeing that. That's my point. Start seeing geometric shapes. You start seeing the spirals. You start seeing the building blocks. That is that stuff. Okay, so do you think that we have our own set of binary coding? I think that well, yes, the universe does. It's those building blocks. It's the sacred geometry. Because if you look at that, I actually made reels about that. If you look at all the sacred geometry that people have written down and drawn all over the world, we know that if we look at the mathematics of that, it's not just an image, it's actually a code. Also, if you look at most of that, like the flower of life and all of that, it mirrors cell division. Okay, it mirrors cell division when an animal is being created, like a human or whatever, and the cells are replicating. It mirrors that. I've actually made reels where you can see that, where I put them side by side so that you can see, 2, 4, 8 expanding out. Same thing with the flower of life. So the people in the ancient times either knew way more than anyone ever thought, which is probably true, and the universe works on the same scale, which means the as above, so below, as within, so without thing is actually true, because what's going on within our body is what's going on within the universe, as if we are inside of a being, and quite possibly we could be inside of a fetus that is inside of some mommy gestating and actually multiplying and becoming. And that is the expansion of the universe and the multiverse happening right before our eyes. Okay, so let's get back on track to talking about, and then we'll come back to that, talking about the Mandela effect, because thank you very much, Brooke, for doing that. So the Mandela effect, because of what they say, we're all just crazy, but it's not. The Mandela effect is when timelines merge, there are people who still remember certain events that were in the other timeline that were slightly different than the one that they're in currently. Okay, if all of their memory is the same, then other people are in a different timeline. So depending on your perspective, most people are arrogant, so they immediately go, you guys came from another timeline and this is the real timeline. Truth is, most of the time, the people who remember that are the ones who shifted into the different timeline, and what they remembered from that timeline disappeared. Okay. And that's because what we're doing is trying to fix that and put it back together. So if I'm in a timeline that's more violent, or a dystopian society, or the Nazis won the Second World War, or the Japanese did, we want that timeline to shift back to the one that it's supposed to be in, which is more going towards the utopian society, the age of Aquarius. So if you lose a timeline that's more violent and you move into a timeline that's not, you did your job right. If it gets fractured the other way and you move into a timeline and Adolf Hitler, grew up and had 35 kids and they're in charge of the planet, you went the wrong way. You need to get out of that timeline, right? So it's not only one who thinks like this. Yeah, I'm not the only one. You're not the only one. There's a lot of us who think like this, my friend. Make sure that you smash those hearts, because it's actually true. So here's an example, okay? I don't know how many of you listen to music, okay? But I would suggest that you listen to music on any platform, because at first we thought it was just on Spotify, because a couple of us were on Spotify listening to music, and we're thinking maybe Spotify upgraded their music, or their megahertz, and it just sounds different to us, right? So at first it was, what's going on? Sounds like music is different. And at first I'm thinking they just upgraded, so I'm not really tripping on it, right? Then a friend who's in the coalition said, dude, music is totally different. And I said, well, I don't know, because I was listening to Spotify. And then she said, well, I was too. And then I got to thinking it must be just Spotify. Then I went, okay, let's investigate this and start listening to music on other platforms. Okay. So I started listening to music on other platforms and found out that it wasn't just Spotify, that music has changed across the board everywhere on this earth from the way it was 3 days ago. Okay. And it is done completely crazy different. So I don't know if you guys listen to music, but if you do, and you have memories of the different Mandela effects, like literally I was talking about Mandela, or like, say, let's go into the monocle. Does the Monopoly guy have a monocle on one eye or not? If you remember the monocle, then you remember a different timeline than this one, because this one, he doesn't have a monocle. Okay. If you remember, Pikachu has a little black tip on his tail, and then that's a different timeline than this one, because in this one, he never did have that black little tip on his tail. So depending on what your memory is, if you remember some of these things, right, it's the Hertz frequencies, right? So, well, I mean, if they lifted their Hertz frequency and started broadcasting at a better frequency, it would change the music sound. That was my, in fact, first thought, and that's what happened. But then I went and looked at everything else, right? So it's not, it's background, right? So literally you have to realize, yeah, right? Yeah. So, and then people are saying March 8th. We'll see what happens on March 8th, correct? So there's supposed to be a lot of crazy things that are supposed to be happening, but yes, he had a monocle, right? And then Pikachu had that little black tail at the tip, right? Okay. So not in this lifetime. There's a lot of things like that they call the Mandela effect, right? For instance, Kit Kat, the candy bar. Was there a hyphen in between Kit and Cat? Was there a hyphen in between there or no? Okay. So in this timeline, in this reality we're in now, there was no hyphen there ever, and they say there wasn't. Okay. So it depends, right? Right, Tara? Yes, right? So smash those hearts, champions. Let's get some more people in here. So I don't know how many of you, because if those of you who are adding up those Mandela effects and remembering those, okay, so how was that? Well, it's because we're fixing it. There are some of us who came here, okay? The Pikachu tip, remember that for sure, right, Duke? Okay, and it's not there anymore, okay? Neither is the hyphen. Chick-fil-A, has it always been CHI? Because it's CHIC now, I think. It used to be CHICK, and I don't remember it having a hyphen in between Phil and, Chick-fil-A. They have it now. It says Chick full FIL hyphen or dash A. It wasn't that. It was fillet before, right? So that's changed as well. So you have to, those things that you look at, they say that never happened, right? Like, do you remember, if you're old enough to remember watching the Disney Channel and watching Disney cartoons, and they used to have the Disney program on Sundays way back? If you're old enough like me, I'm 58. And Tinkerbell used to fly right up to the screen and go poof right at us, and all the sparkles would go like this, and then she would fly back all the way around, then over the top of the castle and leave that arch of the the fairy dust or whatever, the stars. Disney says that never happened, and you can't find it anywhere because it didn't happen in this timeline that we are in. Okay, so they call that a Mandela effect, that all of us are just remembering it wrong. Okay, and it's just not true. They don't want you to expand your consciousness into the realization that if you have these Mandela effects, it's because you come from a higher plane of existence and you've come down here to help, or you are right here ready to open your third eye. Okay, you're way up ready to open your third eye, and you're having these memories shift because that's actually happening. Timelines that were fractured, that were side by side, we're now merging them back together, and everybody's moving into these timelines as they're going away. Okay, as we're fixing things, right? So, if Tara, if you're awake, then you remember the timelines, right? Thank you very much. Thank you for that, right? Thank you, light workers. So, hit those hearts, champions, and share this out. So, there was a timeline shift in the last 2 days. Okay, I don't think it occurred before that, but it might have. In the last 2 days, there was a timeline shift, and the one thing that we've noticed so far, this is why I'm talking to you guys. Take a look around. Thank you very much, my love. My wife just gave me 10 roses. Love you very much for that. Take a look around and pay attention, because all of music has changed. Okay. All of music has changed. The sound has changed on all platforms. So it's not like somebody, fixed something in one platform, like, Spotify upgraded their standards and they have a new thing or something. Thank you very much for that, Robin. I love you for that. Thank you. It has changed. Okay. Now there are things in the background with the vocals that I didn't notice before. And I grew up in a band and I'm all about music. Okay. I pay attention to all of that. There are also changes. I went back and watched Ozzy Osbourne, a video of a concert that I was at when I was like 18 years of age, when I was young. Okay. I went back and watched a video of that on Ozzy Osbourne's YouTube channel. Went all the way back, all the way down to the bottom, and found this old video that I remember watching several times. And I watched that video and watched a different guitar solo happen. Okay, Randy Rhoads played that guitar solo different, and I thought, am I just remembering that different? So I went on to other videos. I listened to all kinds of people. I listened to Tool. We listened to, when Brooke was home from lunch, we listened to Marilyn Manson. We went to Metallica. We went to AC/DC. We went to like everybody you can imagine. I was even going back to the Eagles. I was even going to like anything I'd ever heard, right? Listening to this stuff to go, is this the same? Some bands I've listened to their songs over and over and over and over. Iron Maiden. So I went back to some of their old stuff, went to their, because sometimes they remaster stuff, right? So you're listening to that and they remaster it and they upgrade the sound or they change something. So I was going back to original stuff. Okay. I clearly remember Tinkerbell with her fairy sparkles going at us, right, Robin? And then she went around the castle and flew over the castle. Agreed. You can't find that anywhere. Thank you for that. Christy, thank you for that. I love you for that. Thank you very much. Right? You can't find that anywhere. And Disney says it never happened. Okay? Disney says it never happened, but it did. It just didn't happen in this timeline. Okay? So Italian says, and your point is, all right, Italian, you should have got here a little bit sooner. You would know what my point is. I've been live for a few minutes, but I'll reiterate. Okay? Those are not fake memories that people are having. Okay? So my point of all of this is, do you remember different things that they're calling a Mandela effect? Because millions and millions of people are remembering the Mandela effects, and that can't happen because everybody remembers things differently than everyone else. Okay? Everyone has, their memory is consistent of their experiences and their total knowledge that they currently have from wherever they live, however old or young they are. That is why when there's an accident, police separate people and question them independently, because if there 10 people stand side by side and watch something happen, they'll all see it differently. If they all start talking to each other, they'll go, yeah, that's right. But if they don't, and you interview people, you'll find out that they'll remember the same thing slightly different, but you'll get a better understanding of what's going on. That's why if you're a parent, you do that with your children. You don't let them sit and argue with each other in front of each other. You separate them and you talk to them, and that's how you find out what really happened, because they're both going to point at each other and go, he started it, she started it. Okay. So my point of that, my friend, is this. They claim that we are all just remembering things wrong the exact same way, which is statistically impossible. So some of us know why. Okay. And it is because there is a thing called a temporal war, which is not something that's just past, present, and future. It's dimensionality as well. Okay. Bad guys fractured this place. You hear about in the Bible that God got angry at the world and he made language and he fractured things. Okay. That was at the time of the falling. That wasn't a war in heaven, a civil war going after God. All of that was just something that was made up later to control people. Okay. That's not the truth of what happened. But the truth of what happened is bad people in the universe in different dimensions, third, fourth, and fifth dimension, they maraud around the universe and they try to take things over and control them because they're evil. Just like down here on Earth, we have evil people in charge. Okay. So the evil people in charge would rather have you go, well, it's CERN, because they're playing with the time, because they want you to think they're doing it. So that way you think they're in total control. They're the most powerful beings. So shut up, sit down, and do what you're told and give them more money, right? But that's not what's happening. What's happening is we're fixing stuff and we're putting it back together, right? Off subject. But I would love to talk to you one-on-one about astral projecting. Is that what you're saying? Let me see. Yes, you can do that. Just email us. Here's our email right here on the screen, right? Merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. It's on both places right there. Email us. Make sure you tell me who you are on TikTok, because your email is going to be a little bit different. And then email and say, I want to talk about one-on-one about astral projection. Okay. And you can book me or myself or Brooke or both of us, and then we'll talk to you for that. Okay. So as we're fixing the timelines, because they fractured everything, and that's how you guys got stuck here. Okay. That's how everybody got stuck on this planet, is because the bad guys fractured everything and they took control. That created multiple timelines. They don't care because they're in charge in multiple timelines. So they love that stuff. Thank you very much. Who gave me that? She Devil. Thank you very much for that. Okay. So they love the idea of us being confused. Confuse, divide, and conquer. That's Sun Tzu's book, right? The Art of War. Do you remember the aliens telling us that they were building a wall? Depending on who you're saying was building a wall, but the aliens that I'm here with have quarantined this place. So in a sense, there's a wall that we're building. Are you talking about the wall of veiling? So it depends on what you mean by what you're talking about, right? What do you think about the elite eating? I can't say the rest of that because of the algorithm here. I believe they are. I can't prove that, but it's going to come out. Yeah, they're doing, and then there's theories that we are too, because they're putting that in our food, right? I mean, we can't 100% disprove that or prove that. It'll come out. It will come out eventually, but what you have to realize is that that it's going to be hard to do anything to them because they own everything, and the elites never prosecute the elites. Question: with all the let me go back here and see what you're saying. With all the dots being connected, how long before we see actual changes? You're seeing actual changes now. You just don't realize that. Okay. So because you're seeing things through the lens of what they're teaching you, and they're trying to tell you that there's a race war, a culture war, a religious war, third world war, civil unrest in every country. They're keeping you into a state of fear so they can feed you whatever they want. So you don't realize that things have changed. Let's look at history compared to now. People are like, this is the worst time to live in because it's the end times and we're all going to spin off into space, right? That's just not true. If you go back 2,000 years, there was a man named Jesus who said, you don't have to go and sit in that church to worship God, and they strung him up on a cross for it. Okay. There was a guy 1,000 years before that who said, his name was Socrates. He said, I don't think that the earth is flat. I think it's round. They tried him and convicted him of heresy and made him drink poison and die. Okay. I just said both of those things out loud, and there's nobody here arresting me. Things have changed drastically. Okay. Here's another idea to think about. I don't know how old you are, but here's another idea. Socrates was really kind of annoying. Yes, of course he was. He was annoying because he made people think, because he forced people to think. That was one of his sayings. I can't make you believe anything. The only thing I can hope to do is to get you to start thinking for yourself. So when you try to wake people up and get them thinking, the first thing you have to do is take people out of their comfort zone. You have to be annoying to them or they won't think. You have to say things that make them think, right? So if you're operating in a time when most people are asleep, you're going to annoy everyone. I annoy people. They think I'm cuckoo because of what I say, right? No, I'm not either. But he was annoying. So a lot of people thought that, like Aristotle was annoying, but these people were thinkers, and they're trying to get people to think. So they have to think outside the box and say things that are going to make people feel uncomfortable, right? So none of them had it coming, but they were annoying, right? And some of them, because they make up stories, like Socrates did that, and who else did that, where they would make up mock conversations. That gets annoying. You're like, what? That's not even a. But what they're doing is they're doing that so that you think. They're coming up with these allegories. So some people would make up a conversation that's not true just to get you to think. And that's what a lot of those guys did. And that was the style, I guess, back 4,000 years ago, right? Da Vinci was an outcast. Most free thinkers are outcasts, okay? Because you're not following the toting the party line. Therefore, they get rid of you. And back a long time ago, they would unalive you. Now they block you. They deplatform you, and they block you. I had that happen to me. Talking like I'm talking now, 4 years ago. 4 years ago, next month, as a matter of fact, I had Google deplatform me and eradicate over 500 episodes of my podcast by deleting them off of YouTube. I had to get a brand new email address to log in to even do a search on Google. Okay. I was banned from every Google product on the earth, and I had to get a brand new email address so that I could actually get back on those sites, and they never gave me back the stuff. Facebook last year in May decided they were deleting everybody's stuff that they were holding on to. So anything that you do there, they delete after a while unless you post it on directly on their platform. So if I went live on another platform and then posted it up there, they didn't keep it very long. Right now, and even if I went live on their platform, they didn't keep it anymore. Okay, because I was talking the truth. Absolutely, lightworkers. If you're saying things, I got in trouble back during that time. I got to watch what I'm saying here between 2020 and 2024. Remember that time when we had the thing and they told you had to do the thing, right? I have talked about the thing. I went to a website of the company who made one of those things, and another company who made one of those things. I went to their website, and another company who made something completely different, but people were starting to say that this item does the same thing as these do. I was listed as a chemist in the United States for 10 years, okay? You can look that up. I'm actually still on record because I have to stay on record. So I went and pulled up the websites and said, this is what this company says their product does. Here's what this company says their product does. Here's what the company that made that other product that they're telling you doesn't work says their product does. And then I read to you from their website what it says that the chemical reaction is and what it does inside the human body and what that does. And I did that from all three of those websites, from their official websites. And I said, so here's the thing. This is the same chemicals and the same chemical reaction done slightly different with a different delivery system. So if this website from this company and that thing works, and this website from that company and that thing works, then this product that has another different pharmaceutical company and that what they say it does is the exact same thing as these things. So that means if those two work, this one works. I got banned for saying that. And I didn't even make anything up. I just said, look, this is what it says. Okay. So you really have to pay attention, right? Yeah, exactly, Cody, right? Do you think that's air you're breathing? Right? You think that's air you're breathing? Let's go back to Morpheus. Okay. And in that storyline, Morpheus was John the Baptist. Okay. That story was another telling of the Christ, right? And the character that was the Christ, his name was Neo. You should look up the word Neo. Like if you add that to neocon, right? Or you take that out of that context and look up the etymology of that word. It's like the word Dio, right? You have to look at that. There's Penny. She was in there yesterday. We were talking about this. Penny's here right now. Okay. So yeah, sometimes speaking the truth sends more lies your way. Sometimes that happens, right? The one, right? Yes. So, okay. So here's the thing. I'm listening to music for the last couple of days. I noticed something, but I'm thinking I'm just, tripping on it. Maybe I'm wrong. Penny messages me and said, have you guys been listening to music and noticed there's something different about music? And I was like, okay, because I've been listening to music for a couple of days and I thought there was something about that. Let's figure it out. What do you think? So Penny and I got talking. My wife was home for lunch. Brooke, who was just in here for a second, she's at work right now. And all three of us were talking about it and we started investigating it. Okay. So we started investigating it and I went off because she was on Spotify. We were on Spotify. I'm thinking maybe it's just Spotify. So we went off of Spotify and went to other platforms and started listening to music. And that's what I was talking about when some of you came in. And we found out that music is different. Okay. That means that there was something that changed in the timeline. Okay. That means that the timeline that I was in, the timeline that Penny was in, and the timeline that my wife was in no longer exists because we're in a timeline that merged into this one. And that's what they call a Mandela effect. There's memory of things being different. And sometimes we can't predict what they are and we can't figure them until somebody realizes them. Like, for instance, last year in May, all of a sudden a sweet potato and a yam changed. And the sweet potato, which used to be a yellow substance on the inside that had the kind of rings in it like a potato does. If you look at potato, has the little rings inside, and it was yellow, not orange, and a yam was actually orange. Now the sweet potato is the yam from last year, and a yam is now white or purple on the inside. Okay, so things changed last year, and some people have those memories and some don't. Okay. Yes, right. Yeah, yeah. Get those people in here, Penny. She's trying to get somebody to come in. Music sounds muffled and different. There's a little bit of difference. There's also they have this microphone effect that wasn't there before in songs that wasn't there before, or a sound in the background. We were listening to "The Beautiful People" by Marilyn Manson, his version of that, and we noticed that there was a growling sound in the background that wasn't there before. I've been listening to Tool for 20 years, maybe more than that. So I know their songs and I've watched their videos and listened to them. And I literally put on a couple of songs and there is an echo from Maynard's microphone that wasn't in some places, but there are some places where it was in, and that's still there. But now there's a different echo where there's another microphone track where you hear his voice saying something, or at the same time as him saying something, you hear another voice also methodically humming it or saying it, right? That wasn't in the song before 2 days ago, but it is now. Okay. The same thing with Rob Halford. Now, Rob Halford always played with stuff when he was with Judas Priest, then when he left Judas Priest and was on his own in a couple bands in Halford, and then when he went back to Judas Priest, he always plays with his microphones like that. So sometimes you will hear him as a dual track. But now it's a different kind of dual track. Iron Maiden had that, and what's his name? Dickinson never did that before. Not even on on albums. He never did that. So all of a sudden there's some weird stuff, right? So Italian, I thought the same thing. Sound system. Okay, here's the problem with that. I have the same sound system in the house that I was listening to Tool on for the entire time that I've lived here, and it didn't change. And I have the same sound system in the car that I've been listening to Tool on, but 2 days ago, the sound system changed. So I assumed that it was Spotify changing their sound system. And I went and looked, and Spotify did change their sound system back in November, not the other day. Maybe it didn't upgrade until the other day. So maybe I'm tripping. So I'm going to go to other platforms and listen to music on other platforms. And that's exactly what I did. So either everyone in the world on every platform upgraded their platforms at exactly the same time, 2 days ago or yesterday, all around the entire globe to the exact same frequency and never told anyone, or something changed. You can try to explain it away all you want. They do the same thing with the Mandela effect. They say, that's just this, that's just that. You guys are just remembering it wrong. Okay. I know for a fact that it's not. I have a scar on my left arm right here from a knife fight that I got. Okay. That didn't happen on my left arm. It happened on my right arm. I'm not remembering it wrong. I have been awake since I got into this life. I remember going into the body. I remember being in the womb. I remember everything, and I have total recall. The government of the United States wanted to recruit me when I was 11 because of the cognitive abilities that I have. Okay. I don't remember things wrong. I annoy people because my memory is so freaking accurate. I don't have eidetic. Oh my God, I wish I had eidetic memory, right? But I have total recall. So if I watch a movie with you and then we watch it a year later, I'm going to be able to talk the lines while they're freaking doing it. And you're going to go, oh my God, that drives me crazy. So I'm not just delusional, okay? And millions of people aren't delusional. So if I would have just thought that and it was the platform, I would have said, okay, it wasn't just that platform. There's also other changes, okay? There's other changes like in YouTube, in the YouTube platform on some people's platforms, like Metallica, for instance. When I went to look at Metallica's videos on YouTube, now YouTube has a different style of when you look at the video. On the right hand side of the video, there's a line that goes up this way like a K going the opposite direction on the edge of the video, or let me do it this way, on the edge of the video like a K, and in that hologram that's sticking over the video now is the name of the album in the video that you see. That was never on that platform yesterday, 2 days ago, a month ago, or any other time. And then all of a sudden it's on, and not everyone has that. So it's something that they offer now that you can pay for, okay? But it wasn't there before. So I'm not going to believe that YouTube also just upgraded. So everybody on the planet upgraded a whole bunch of shit in a 24-hour time period and didn't tell anybody about it. And there's nothing advertising it. And there's none of that. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, so you have to realize you can believe it or not, right? For those people who don't have any of those Mandela effect memories, if you're one of them, you're going to think that I'm crazy and you're going to explain it all away. You're going to go, that's just because the rain dropped a few things and the butterfly effect happened and the swamp gas reflecting off Mars is giving you that feeling of what you're doing. I used to do the same thing. I authenticated. For 30 years, I've authenticated film footage and photos about ancient aliens all over the world. Okay, I still do it because I own and created Ancient Aliens Worldwide on Facebook. Okay, we have almost 300,000 members there, and it was a think tank for a long time. I still get stuff from people going, what do you think this is? And I go through it and I look through it and I authenticate it. So I'm not trying to prove that aliens exist. I'm trying to disprove everything that everybody gives me always. I'm a scientist. That's what I do. I don't look at things and say, I want this to be this. I look at things and say, let's make sure that it's not that. And I will go through a progression of things going, let's check this, let's check that, let's check this, let's check that. Okay. And then I tell people who are skeptical, if you don't believe me, go do it yourself. If you don't have that memory and you believe that those things were that way forever, then you're in the timeline that you belong in because you were in here. Okay. I was not in this timeline 2 days ago. And many other people were not in this timeline 2 days ago. But they don't know that there was a timeline shift until they recognize something changes in the timeline. Like, for instance, is your heart over here on the left side behind your left lung, or is it almost dead center in your body, just barely behind the left lung? Okay. Your memory of where you think your heart is going to determine how long you've been in this timeline. Along with that, where are your kidneys? Are your kidneys down just at your butt crack kind of ends here and your waist is right there and your kidneys are right there at your waist? Or are they all the way up underneath your rib cage, just like about a half inch below your rib cage. If you go to punch somebody in the kidneys, you have to hit them in the back of their rib cage now. Or is it down below? That will determine, right? That will determine, yes. Well, if you're talking about JFK Jr., we don't know. I've seen pictures that I wonder if that man's still alive. It's hard to tell, but the pictures look like it could be. It's just like Epstein. I've seen pictures where people show me Epstein with a beard, but I don't know because I haven't had time to look into it. When was that photo taken? That could be just a picture of him with a beard from before he was put in prison. You know what I mean? So what it means, this is what I was talking about. What it means is, let me tell you the progression of what's happened here. On this planet, everyone here is stuck. Okay. You're supposed to be stuck here until you figure out how to get out of here. That's normal because that's the way the creator created third dimension. You come in, your mind wiped. You don't know that you're the creator. You don't know that you're a higher being, and you're supposed to ascend to the knowledge of that and start your ascension so that at some point, in however lifetimes it takes for you, 7 to 10 lifetimes, you will then at some point go, oh, I'm a higher being. And I'm not this pain body. I'm not the flesh. And I'm something else that's a light being. And then when the life that you're in, when you realize that ends, you have the choice of saying, I've learned everything that I was supposed to. Now I'm going to go into 4D or I'm going to go into 5D. Okay. And you start moving up. Bad people took that knowledge away from you and had to get to that. Okay. I call them the controllers in my book. All right. The reality about reality, returning to the old ways. Okay. It's not just me. I'm not the only person. There's a link to that in the bio. So you can click on it. It'll take you to I think it takes you to Amazon, and you can get the ebook, or you can get the hardcover or the soft cover. Okay. So they did this to you and got you stuck here. So you're not graduating when you're supposed to the next level of your existence because they're not letting you see it. It's right there in front of you. It's in everything. It's in every religion. It's in every culture. It's in every book. And people that are awake are writing songs about it, writing movies about it, writing poetry about it. It's in everything. But you don't see it because they don't let you see it. I do. You look at my reels. You listen to my podcast. I have over 560 episodes of a podcast you can listen to on MP3 anywhere in the world. Okay, and it's listened to, and it's free. It's listened to in 70 countries. You listen to any one of those podcasts. They're 3 hours long. You're going to hear me talking like I am now, telling you, here's tools. You're in an escape room that you put yourself in. And there's no windows, and there's one door in front of you. And in front of you, sitting here is a coffee table, and there's only one item on that coffee table, and it's a key for that door. And you're refusing to pick it up and unlock it because there's a guy sitting next to you going, don't do that, man. Don't do that. No. Last guy that opened that door, a dragon got him. I'm not going anywhere. You shouldn't go anywhere either. There was another guy here that didn't open that door, and he disappeared. But before he left, he said, wait here. I'm going to go get help, and I'll come back. Okay. He said, wait here. I'm going to go get a truck. So when he comes back, we're going to get on that truck. We don't know when he's coming back, but he's coming back. So you should just sit here with me. And you're going, okay. Okay, are you sure about that door? Dude, don't go out that door. I'm telling you, don't go out that door. Don't even look at the door. Don't even look at the door. It's going to fly open if you look at it. It's going to get us. Don't look at it. Look away. Look away. And you're going, okay. And you've been sitting here and sitting here and sitting here and sitting here and sitting here. And every time you get up to go to the door, he goes, don't wait, stay. Come here. What do you want? I'll pay you. I'll give you money. Look, here's 1,000 channels. Here's 1,000 channels on television to watch. You want that? Now there's a TV in front of you. Okay, that's what's happening to you here. Wait, do you like sports? You like women? You like men? Who cares? We'll give it to you. You want money? You want fame? You want to be popular? I'll make you popular, man. I'll make you popular. Here's this thing called the internet. You're like, where are you getting all this stuff? Never mind that now. Just sit down. Okay, that's what's happening to you because bad people got a hold of knowledge and they broke this place and they got you stuck. So some of us heard that and we came down here to help you. Okay, did the aliens show you how to fill a basketball with a cork yet? Cody, if you're a troll, please go ahead and scroll up and head out, right? If you're talking to me, because after you get annoying enough, I'll either mute you or boot you because I don't need that. Nobody needs that. We're adults here, right? So if you're talking to me, settle down. You might learn something. If not, scroll up. There's 100 million people on TikTok right now. Go bother somebody else. Go play. Okay. So, right. So I have this experience with a higher understanding. Well, that's good, right? What should we demand from the beings next? You don't demand anything from you're supposed to demand things from yourself. Okay, you don't have captors, you don't have aliens that are in charge of you. You have other people who know what's happening here, and they're going, these are not the droids you're looking for. You do not need to see their identification. You can go about your business, move along. That's what they're doing to you. So every time you start thinking about maybe there's a God, they go, no, there's not. It's all was made up by the Anunnaki. There's no such thing. It's all fake. It's a lie. Don't listen to that stuff. Go over here. Look, here's some stuff you can look at. It's more entertaining. You want sport? We have sports for you. Have one everything. People compete in everything. Go over here and look. You want to bet money? You can win money. Here, I'll give you money. I'll give you some money so you can make some bets. Have you ever gone on any of those things? Okay. That's what they're doing. They're keeping you distracted so that you think exactly the way that you're thinking. And anytime somebody like me says to you, hey, you know what? There's something else going on here. You go, oh, you're one of those crazy guys, aren't you? So I always look at you people, if you're one of them and you think I'm crazy, and I say, then what I'm saying right now is not for you. One day, when you're old and gray or in your next lifetime, you'll actually be me. Right now, you're not, and it's okay. I'm not here to be your savior. I'm here to give people tools who want them. Do you see? Okay. So then what should we demand from our distractors next? Nothing. Nothing. You're supposed to ignore them and ignore what they're doing, and you're supposed to look within yourself. Because when you look within yourself, you're going to realize you're not in the universe is in you. None of this is happening. It just thinks it's happening. This is an illusion, and you think it's real. You're not stuck here. You're not even here, but you're dreaming and thinking that you are. And there's no difference between a night dream, a daydream, spirit walking, or you just thinking. The difference between all of that is only the perception of what you think is happening to you. Okay, that's what you need to look at. It's a long discussion. To what is that? A long discussion to describe the interaction. I posted a little about it last night. Okay, so see there, Jason is onto it, and he's starting to talk about it. Okay, so you literally have to realize that. Okay, you are only stuck because you think you are, and they're not allowing you to know that you're not. Because the only way that you can not be stuck is you have to expand your mind. You have to expand your consciousness to the realization that I am not the pain body. I am not the thinking mind. I am something else that is in control of this drone. Okay, this is just a program that I'm in that I forgot to turn off. And I'm stuck here because I'm supposed to be having organic experiences, and I can't have organic experiences if I know who I am. Thank you very much for that, Jason. I love you for that. Thank you for the rose too. Okay, so you're supposed to you're supposed to tell you say you're the best on. Thank you for that. This is what I do. I'm here to tell you the truth, truly, not to speak in cryptic things, right? Everybody's done that throughout all of life, and they had to speak cryptically back 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, fucking 100 years ago. Because if anyone sounded like me 100 years ago, they'd string us up. Well, now we're into a time where they can't do that. Do you see? Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. The only thing that they can try to do is deplatform me or, penalize me because I say things the wrong way or use the wrong words, right? So I'm not doing that, right? So thank you, Jason. This is what I'm here to do. And eventually, as this stuff keeps going on and they get more desperate for their control, that's why I call them the controllers in my book, right? There's a link in the bio, right? The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by me, Leonard O'Neill, okay? We teach this, my wife and I teach this. We're going to end up coming to a theater near you, and I don't mean a movie theater. We're going to end up coming to arenas and amphitheaters around the world because as AI gets more prevalent, and more people are trying to fake things, people are going to be on these platforms are going to be going, I don't trust TikTok anymore. It's all AI. They're already doing it with videos and pictures. If you look at Facebook, people are saying, they have a group and they're like, no AI in this group because AI is just creating things and people are trying to say that it's real. And guys like me look at that and go, that picture is just AI generated. It's not real. And then people get mad at me and they go, how dare you? That's not an AI picture. That's a real picture. I'm like, did you take it? And they're like, yes, I did. And I'm like, no, you didn't because it's clearly AI. It's been enhanced. So if you took that picture, you know you put a filter on. And you're not telling people that. Okay. So there is a computer that has modified that image in some way. And either you did it or the person you got it from did it. And I tell people that and they get mad at me. And I'm like, I'm telling you, I can see that. It's been my job for 30 years as technology has advanced to learn technology. Okay. We used to do things when people would put together photos. You have AI doing it now, so it's a little bit harder. We used to take a look at pictures, and somebody they would superimpose a UFO into the shot and superimpose these other things in there. Okay. That was taking a picture from another picture and putting it into the picture. Okay. When you do that, most people aren't smart enough to know that the only way it's going to pass scrutiny is you have to have a camera that has the exact same pixel rate as the other camera for the other image. Otherwise, people like me will zoom in and realize that that camera only has 32 pixels, per millimeter, where this other camera, or per centimeter, depending on what country you're in and what you understand, and this other one has 64 bits. Okay. So they have 64, and I go and I zoom in. And when I zoom in, all of a sudden there's a lot more pixels, or there's a lot less pixels. And there's a place where people try to blend that to make it look real. And we can see where that blending starts stretching the screen and colors are morphed because we zoom in and look at it. Okay. And we go, that's doctor, done with that one. Move on to the next. It makes it a little bit harder when AI does it, but AI generates it in a cartoonish way still. Just like I can look at people's images and see their eyes, and I can see if a person has a soul or not. So when I look at that and AI is talking and it's getting really good, and most of you look at that and go, hey, that's looking at that guy. I like that guy. Most of you don't notice that the mouth isn't 100% accurate. And then the eyes have no soul in it. They haven't been able to figure that out. They keep trying to get this little image there of the reflection because most people wear contact lenses instead of glasses because they don't want to look like a nerd. So they wear contact lenses in movies. So you're used to looking at movie stars and actors and people on commercials and the newscasters with contact lenses, and the contact lenses reflect some of the light like my glasses do, but they do it in a little teeny way inside the eye. Okay. You don't know that. You're used to seeing that. So they're trying to draw that in and add that into the pictures so that you think it's authentic, because that's what your brain thinks is the soul, because everyone has that going on. It's not. It's a reflection because they're wearing a lens over their eyes, and that lens reflects light more than the eyeball does. Okay, because the eyeball is designed to hold on to light and push it into the back of your brain and flip it upside down and send it up into your brain so your brain can do what it needs to do with it. Okay. No, it's not, Jason. That when let me get to that. This meeting is not right. It's not an accident because I am a beacon. I came here to be a beacon. I'm not the only one. There are millions of us who came here to be a beacon for those of you who are lions, who are about to wake up, to be drawn to either my voice or to my words or to me physically, or all of the above, and hear the truth. I am here to do that because I'm affecting all of you, and I'm activating some of you with what I'm saying. And you're like, I fucking knew it. I know this guy's telling the truth. I can sense it. I can feel it. Okay. Even if you are not ready to wake up as I'm speaking, you're going, yeah, because you were thinking it, because you're getting real close, or you came here to do it. Okay. I'm one of those people that as I talk, sometimes we get a troll who gets mad, right? Fiona says, I feel it. Okay. Sometimes a troll starts trying to mess with me. Hey, uncle, what are you doing? Old man, you look like Santa Claus. I am Santa Claus. Ask anyone who knows me. I am Santa Claus. That's why I look like this. Let me put my Santa Claus glasses on. Here, let me show you a little bit more of Santa Claus. Okay. I am Santa Claus. Okay. I am Santa Claus. Right? And people like, no, I was walking out of a store and a guy said, hi, Santa Claus. And I said, how you doing? Merry Christmas. And he said, do the thing, Santa Claus. Do the thing, Santa. And I kept walking and he goes, come on, Santa, do the thing. So as I was walking over to my car, I was going to get gas. I went, ho, 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 Merry Christmas. He goes, thank you, Santa. He turns around and walks away. Merry Christmas, he says as he's walking away. I am Santa Claus. Okay. And I always will be Santa Claus. What do you think about Reiki? I am a Reiki master teacher, my friend. So is my wife. I was teaching a Reiki course last night, and I will be teaching a Reiki course tonight. Okay, I have the book right here in front of me. My Reiki 1. Here is my wife and I's Reiki 1 book. Look, Merlin and Maeve. Right? Look at that. Reiki 1 course. Reiki 1 attunement manual. You get a copy of this if you become my student. I literally was teaching that. Here I can put this up on the screen. I'll hold it up on the screen for you. This is on every Merlin and Maeve page. Also, every page that I own with my name that has all of our things that we teach. Okay. So here, let me come over here. It has our email address. You can see my finger getting in the way. It has our email address, which is also on the screen. Okay. And you can find us everywhere look for our logo. That's our logo. That is a picture of myself and my wife, Brooke, and that's our logo. Okay. And it has all of the things that we teach online, in person, or on Zoom. Okay, courses, we teach everything that you can imagine. There's Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and Reiki 3. Okay, in person or online. So what do I think about Reiki? It is right now currently the greatest spiritual way for a person to expand their consciousness and wake up. Because if you become a Reiki healer and you start going down that path, then everything wakes up in you because you're pulling all of this energy in from the universe, from Gaia herself, and from everything, from space, time, everything into yourself, and expanding your consciousness while doing so, realigning your chakras, realigning your aura, realigning your meridians, making your intricate system work better, and tuning up your entire body and expanding that. Okay. My wife uses this analogy and I started using it because I love it. When you're just a regular person, you know how we have funnels and you have the big funnels and they go down to the small ones that you use, where people use for cooking and things like that. Well, you're a small funnel. You're the little teeny funnel, and that's where everybody runs around normally during the day. Okay. And that's just where we are. If you start expanding your consciousness in a spiritual way, that funnel starts to get bigger. If you're a Reiki, if you learn Reiki 1, you immediately get tuned and hooked to the energy of the creation to pull through your body. And that little teeny funnel becomes the next size up, and it's bigger, and you have a bigger tube, and so you can use more energy. Okay. And then you start tuning yourself. That's what Reiki 1 is about. It's about self. So you start tuning yourself and realigning yourself every single day. And that's like working out. The more you work out, the bigger your muscles get. The more you do that, the more energy you can tune through yourself. You become a Reiki 2 healer, and that is healing others. Now that you've expanded yourself to be able to pull this stuff in, it also starts expanding your consciousness, by the way, and you start unlocking spiritual things. That's why if you look on the screen right here, what do we think about Reiki? It's right here on the screen. If you become a Reiki 2, that's about healing others. Now you're going to be healing people around you and around the world with your abilities, because you're going to pull in that energy and be that conduit to give that energy to them so they can heal themselves. Okay. And that makes you a bigger funnel. Then if you become a Reiki master, now you even become a larger funnel, because now you're able to tune other people with the Reiki symbols and make them a Reiki healer. Okay. So truly, you can go down every path and be spiritual, and you can wake up your abilities as you wake up normally, right? But when you do that, you're going to get maybe one or two things that you're going to wake up and get. You're going to become a medium, or you're going to get a sight, or you're going to get when you're healing people, you're going to get the sense of where you need to heal. So you'll get a couple of the clairs, right? There's like 8 of the clairs, right? Clairvoyance and clairsentient and all of those different ones. Okay. But there's also other things, medium powers, where you are now a medium. That word literally means go between. Okay. So you can talk to people on the other side, not just sense in people where they need. There are a lot of psychic abilities that we unlock as we unlock ourselves. You can have every single one of them if you want. You just have to take the time to do it. Okay. Becoming a Reiki practitioner, becoming a Reiki healer is a way of life. You can't do it if you're self-serving, because it's not going to work for you, because you don't care about people. So we don't worry about people trying to do that, because if they try and do it, and I tune you and it doesn't work for you, it's because you're self-serving and you're trying to do it because you just want to make money and you don't care about people. So you can't fool the universe. You can only fool humans. Do you see? The universe knows whether you're self-serving or not. So self-serving people never want to become a Reiki practitioner and a Reiki healer because healing others, fuck that. I'm the most important thing. So even if they try to come in and pretend, it's not going to work for them because they don't care about other people. So one of the best things we can do is we're not allowing it to become a religion, never will, because it's a spiritual way, but only the people who are in service to others want to do it because they're the only ones who want to help people. Okay. So those people who come in get rewarded by the creator for doing so. If you become a Reiki master, it'll take you like a year for that to happen. You become a Reiki master. When that happens, no matter what, you will open your third eye, whether you like it or not. Okay. Because that's part of it. It unlocks that. And that's the gift you get from the creator by taking and choosing that path. Okay. What is Reiki? Reiki is two Japanese words, Rei, Ki. Okay. If you know what chi is in the Asian word, chi is energy. Ki is the Japanese word for energy. Rei means light. It's the source God energy. Okay. Reiki, light energy, source energy, God energy. Okay. So Reiki is healing with the love of the creator that you attach that and you become a conduit for that. You don't control it. You don't own it. It is something that comes to everybody. And then if you accept it and I give you Reiki energy, even if you don't know what it means, if I Reiki you, it's going to charge your body with this energy that's going to realign your chakras. It's going to realign your aura, all of that stuff. And everybody that we do this to, even if they don't know what it is, they walk away. People look at them and go, that dude looks high. Like we gave them an edible or they smoked some pot. Right? Literally, one of my students, when I Reikied her before she was my student, we were at a fair and she works at the fair. She's one of the people who runs it. She came over and said, what is this Reiki thing that you guys are doing? I've heard about it, but I don't know. I said, you want to be Reikied? She said, yeah. I said, sit down. I Reikied her for about 25 minutes. And I said, okay, now don't just jump up, hang out, because it's like a chiropractor. If your chiropractor tunes you up, you don't want to just jump up and run off the table because you're going to fall over. So sit down for a couple minutes, just sit with that. She did. She finally got up and she was like, wow, this feels really good. And I said, you're going to feel like this for probably 2 or 3 days, sometimes more. And she's like, I like that. She goes back over to her booth. About an hour or two later, her daughter comes over to her. She told me the story. Her daughter comes over to her and goes, Mom, are you all right? And she goes, yeah, why? She goes, Mom, have you ate an edible or something? She's like, no. She goes, were you smoking something? She goes, no, why? She said, because you are acting like you're on drugs, like you're high. You're just chill. You're like, what's up? How you doing? Smiling. She goes, no, I went over there and got Reikied. And then her daughter was like, are you serious? Her father shook my hand and said, thank you for that. She needed that. And I was like, anytime you need some, right? So now she's a student, right? And she's already asking me, how soon can I do Reiki 2? Okay. That's what Reiki is. Okay. So I guess that's what I'm doing with breath work. Breath work is a vital part of it. Okay. You have to actually learn the breath work. We teach you that as well, right? Almost like vocation. You literally, you have to change the way you think. You have to know what you're doing. You have to know that you're doing it. Some people can say, no, I don't want that. Okay. And then it won't work for them. Nope, I don't want that. But some people have said, I don't think that works. Okay. But are you willing to let me do it? If they say, yeah, and they sit there, we say, you will see. If you allow this energy to come into you, it's going to affect you because it's not mine. I don't own it. I'm just a conduit. I've been tuned to that frequency so that I can handle that energy and pass it through myself to you. Okay. So yeah, if you guys are interested, you can see on the screen right here. Okay. We have classes 24th and 25th. Today is actually the 25th here. So that course is being taught. I was teaching the course yesterday and I'll be doing it again tonight. Okay. 26th and 27th. And then we'll have some in, that's in February. We'll have some in March. I don't know if we have them scheduled yet, but we'll get them up and I'll change that probably in the next day or two. Just like this here for the Defense Against the Dark Arts. If you guys are light workers of any kind, you need to learn this information. that's in the Defense Against the Dark Arts. They should be teaching everybody this in school, and your parents should know about it. They should be teaching you this by the time you're 8. By the time you're 6 or 7 and start going to school, you should know all of this stuff, okay? Most people don't know about this stuff, right? What all is the negative stuff that goes on in the world? What's all the negativeness? Who are these people that are doing negative things with propaganda or casting spells or energy vampires? Or what if you're an empath? Are you aware of that, right? If you're an empath, you're picking up on people's ickiness. Are you holding on to that? Are you able to release that stuff? Are they doing it to you on purpose? What if somebody's putting a hex on you or wishing bad luck on you or just focusing negative energy at you, trying to make sure that you get hurt? How do you fix that stuff, right? Yes, please do, Penny. Just if you want to know when we're going to have them, we're going to teach them. Just email us, right? And we'll send you the information. And if you don't want to have anybody else, we do this. We'll do it one-on-one. I'm doing one with a guy in England because he's in England. It's harder because like the times here. That's why we have 2 times, because the 9 a.m. my time to 3 p.m. my time is 10 p.m. over in the UK. So he wanted to do the 5 p.m. my time to 11 p.m. my time, because that's 6 a.m. in the morning for him. I stay up later than I normally would, but it's worth it to do that. However, Penny, if you want to just do it one-on-one with, say, Brooke and I, we can schedule a Zoom call with just you and us on a specific day and time that you want to do. If we're not already teaching a class, we'll actually set that up and do that with you if you want to do that. Okay, so you don't have to be in a classroom setting if you want to just be one-on-one, right? You're in the coalition. You're one of us. So you get different perks because of that. You know what I mean? But we can also do that with other people. If you guys are out there and you don't want anybody else being in a classroom setting with you, we will also try to accommodate that, okay? Because some people are shy and they want to learn things, but they don't want to have other people around. We keep our class sizes 5 and under because we want to make sure you guys can ask questions. Because if there's 10 people, 100 people in the class, some people won't ask a question because they're afraid that they're going to look dumb, or too many people were talking and they didn't get to ask their question or didn't get their question answered. Like here, sometimes you guys ask me a question and I don't see it. Okay. And then I miss it. And then people get mad and I'm like, I'm really sorry. I'm trying to look at the chat and give you guys as much as I can. Right. Are there dark empaths? Yes. For everything that is in the light, there is the opposite. In this reality, the way the Creator created it is everything has its equal and opposite. That's why even in space, they said everything has its equal and opposite. If you push energy away and you're in space and you're not touching something that's not movable, you're going to move away from that thing at the exact same distance, same speed. So if you push something, it's going to move away from you, you're going to move away from it. Okay. You can't have light without dark. You can't have left without right. You can't have up without down. So you can't have good without bad. So for everything that there is something, if it's in service to others, there's its opposing side in service to self in this place, because it's actually been set up that way. Narcissists tend to be them, right, Penny? Yes. People are the soul that's in your body has made a choice before you got here. You're either in service to others or you're in service to self. People say, I'm not, I'm neither, I'm neutral. That person who says that is lying 100% of the time. Okay. They're telling you that because they don't want you to think they're evil, but they actually are, because people who are in service to others would never say I'm neutral. They would always own it because they love other people. They will own that 100% of the time. They're not going to go, well, maybe. People who are self-serving are the only ones who think that, because they don't really give a fuck about anybody else but themselves. Okay. And they're trying to make you think that they love you. And this is why I tell people, if you're with a partner and you want to know if you can stay with them forever, just move in with them. Just 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days. By the end of one of those 3 time periods, you're going to see that person's true colors. Okay? Because narcissists can only be good for so long, and then they go, fuck this. Okay? So they're either really narcissistic, which means they'll make 30 days and won't be able to go past that, and all of a sudden they'll start changing. If they're somewhere in between and want you to believe that they're a good person, they'll hit 60 days, and then they'll start to change. If they're really deviant and they're really trying to hold on to you, they're going to go 90 days, but they can't go past that. No one who is a narcissist can make it past 90 days. They'll just go, fuck it. That's what's going on in their head. I'm fucking tired of this, because they have to cater to you, and they can't fucking stand that, okay? Because they are in service to self. Let's see. We forgot when we were born into the ego, which is part of the human condition. The ego is, but your soul already made the decision before you got here to either listen to the ego or listen to the conscience. Don't pretend that you're a slave and you got here and I didn't have any choice and my ego just started talking to me. Egoic people usually talk like that, right? The ego is here and it pisses us off and it tells us crazy shit, either good stuff or bad stuff, right? But it doesn't make us who we are. We already made that choice, right? What about people that change, go from self to others? Everyone can do that. At any moment, you can change and try to go against that. And that might be literally that you decided to come in self-serving and wanted to go through that experience and turn to the other way. Okay. Because at some point I was evil and I'm going to be if I haven't done it. Okay. Thank you for that. I love you for that. Thank you for that stuff, guys. Thank you very much. Who is it that did that? Phyllis. Thank you for that. I love you. And thank you for the hearts. This is what no one wants you to know. The churches don't want you to know that, and the state doesn't want you to know that. There is no right and wrong. They're just as experience. And all of you are going to be or were evil. Okay? If you're not evil right now and self-serving right now, you're either going to do that or you've already done it. So depending on how long you've been in third dimension, how many lifetimes will determine that. Okay? If you're on like life 7 or life 8 or life 9, you've already did it. Okay? Because we have to have a full rounded out experience. So at some point you were a deviant and you did all the stuff that you're looking at these people and you're hating them for doing. This is why they say in all those dusty old tomes that, let him who is without sin cast the first stone, or when you look into their eyes, see your reflection. See the eyes of God and see their reflection, because you were that at one time or you're going to be. And people don't want to hear that, because some people who are really holier than thou, I will never, ever, ever be that. Then that means chances are you already were. You just don't want to admit it to yourself, and it sucks, right? What do you think about shadow work? Carl Jung was really on to the idea, and he called it that. That information is already out there. I'm a theologian, and I have 4 religious titles, 5 spiritual titles. Okay, and I've been studying religion my entire life. Okay, in every religion, there's a form of it. It's just called something different. The dark night of the soul, right? The dark night of the soul that Jung talks about is the descension into oblivion. When Jesus was on the cross and got unalived, that was his dark night of the soul. He was showing you in a physical way your dark night of your soul, your descension to the lowest level that you could possibly be as your soul, and then you ascend from there. Okay, so they were showing you that. Thor did the same thing. Thor came down, was sent by his father, came down in human form. Read the sagas. He had to sacrifice himself. He had no immortal abilities. He had to learn to be a good person. Both of them fought the serpent. It's the same story. So the shadow work that Jung was talking about, he just took all of the information from all the religions and then reworded it for you so that it would be a little bit simpler. And he called them things: the dark night of the soul, the shadow work. Okay, that is you becoming not anymore being subjective, being a slave to yourself and to this place. You becoming objective with yourself, being honest and saying, I'm not perfect. I've made mistakes. I can make mistakes. I have these programs and these tics. I have these things that trigger me. Okay. So I have to become aware of those. And this is why I say the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. So you have to realize you're in a place that is a matrix that has trapped you. Then if you buy into the place, then you stay stuck here even longer and you become more self-serving, because they reward you in this place, and this place rewards you if you're self-serving. So you have to look within yourself and decide not to be, because this place also rewards you for not being self-serving. Once you become in service to others, you'll find this place rewards you in many different ways. You want money, you can have money, because you are money, because you are abundance. This universe you're not in the universe, it's in you. None of this is happening to you. Okay? It's all happening for you, and you have to realize that. So the depths of the world is a reflection of our understanding, and it told me that. More so, yes, and more so. because the word that you used there is a slave word that you're not realizing you're using, and that's the word that is understanding. Okay, you don't understand, you don't stand under anyone. And there's words that they've used that get us thinking that we're slaves without us realizing that. When they say, do you understand me? Do you understand me? Do you stand under my authority? Do you submit to me? Right? Or do you get me? That's meaning, do you submit to me? That means I am in charge and I am the one that you will listen to, and I'm telling you that this is the way that is. So when people say that, well, I understand that. You don't understand that, you understand that. You understand it or you comprehend it, because you, my friend, do not stand under anyone, and you have to realize that. There's small programming things that they use words. That's why they try to change words like equality for equity. Equity is value that you have in something. Equality means you and I have the same thing. Why would that be determined by equity? Because equity is property. Equity is how much value is in a property. So they want you believing that you're not really equal unless there's equity. So you have to have equity because you are equity to them. You're a commodity, and you have to realize that. They use those words, right? Comprehend. I like that. We say understand or comprehend. I don't stand under anyone, right? And you shouldn't either. When I understand, it becomes a part of me. Correct. Okay, so you have to realize that there's a programming. There was a bunch of videos and books back in the 1990s. I don't know how old you are, so you might not have been old enough, or you might have not been born back then. It was called The Secret. And The Secret was basically the same thing that Jung is teaching, Carl Jung was teaching, also the same thing that everyone else is teaching. It's the same thing that I'm teaching. It's the way. You have, and I just touched on it, you have been programmed from the time you got here by this place and everyone in it. And you've been programmed in a way that sets up things in your mind. Like if I say that word that starts with a C and has a T at the end of it, and I call women that, they're programmed from birth to blow their freaking lid. Okay. We men have the same thing in there somewhere. Okay. We are programmed to respond a certain way. Like today, especially if you're in America, but anywhere in the world, they have you political minded to where everyone's yelling past each other and it's chosen a side of being a progressive or being a conservative. Okay. And it looks like my wife's off work. I heard the tone. It sounded like she left work and now she's on the thing. She has to type in code. Here's a perfect example. See what she has pinned on the screen? She has to type in the word share out, follow us, spread the truth, wake up time. She has to put that in code because this platform will not allow her to put those words together and pin it on the screen. Try it. True story. Okay. So we're all connected, everyone and everything. Yes. Yes, Italian. Yes. We are all one. Everything is alive. There is nothing that is not alive. That wall behind me is alive and vibrating. Okay. Here's a perfect example. I love to use glass. This glass isn't even a solid. This glass is a liquid and it's moving even now. It's just moving really slow. Study glass, you'll find that out. We heat up sand, we put it into something, and we make a shape out of it. That's actually a liquid. It's not a solid. That wall isn't a solid either. Okay. We think that it's a solid because it's vibrating at a different rate than we are, and we can't walk through it because we're vibrating slower than the wall's vibrating. So when we walk up to it, we go boom, and we can't move through it. If we vibrated at the exact same rate as the wall, our molecules would slide through that wall and we could just walk through it. Okay. You can look that up as physics. Is it normal to act spiritual before lose this body? Yes, you're supposed to. You're supposed to start to realize this is what you start doing if you meditate or you pray. And you do this even when you don't do those things because you do this automatically, and I'll explain that to you. You start moving upwards in your vibration, and your vibration gets higher, and your consciousness starts moving away from being in this physical place. If you're meditating, that's what you're doing when you're meditating. You're trying to raise your vibration and pull you up. If you're doing some of the different things that we eat and ingest and smoke, that there's a reason they call it high. Okay, you're high because your vibration is pulled up. It's pulling you up higher in your vibration and your consciousness and expanding your consciousness. That's why all of those are illegal. not because they're bad for you, but because they're good for you and it expands your consciousness and they're trying to slow that down. And if you don't believe me, look up every single religion on this earth and you'll find that at one time, every religion practiced giving you those things. Okay. Giving you a psilocybin, giving you DMT, giving you these things. That's why they're in all the religions. Look at the religions of the East with the lotus. If you take that lotus flower and eat it, it makes you high. If you dry it out and smoke it, it makes you higher. Okay. Same thing with mushrooms. Why do you think Santa Claus's suit is white and red? Because the mushroom cap that is up in the north is white and red with polka dots. Okay. And the priests would give them to people to expand their consciousness. The only reason that people expanded their consciousness from all time was that people found out about these things and they started eating them. Okay. So you're supposed to, when you're meditating, you can do it without those chemicals. Today, you can do that. If you learn how to meditate, even when you're praying, you're doing it. And they've proved that by putting diodes on people's heads, figuring out what the brain waves or activity is doing. So if I teach you to meditate, I'm going to take you into that place and teach you how to stay there without having to sit in that meditative state for an hour or 2 hours at a time. Okay. And you do it all the time. You just don't realize that you're doing it. Okay. So, yeah, right. I have a little bit of problems with colors. So for me, I'm thinking purple lotus, but blue lotus, purple lotus. I know that there's a difference between the two and slight, but yeah, the lotus flower, you can get them. I can go get, hold on. I have some in the cupboard. I'll show you. I'm in Australia. We can buy them to make tea out of them. Right. So let me go and grab the jar and I'll be right back. So hold on a second. I'll show you what I'm talking about. We can buy them here. I think you can get them in America too. Right? So you can make tea out of it. I'll be right back and I'll show you. Okay, I couldn't find it. My wife was just about home. I apologize for running off. Brooke is here, Blue Lotus, right? Brooke is here. I couldn't find it. It's in the cabinet somewhere. She's about to pull in. I heard the tone. She's about a block away. So Brooke, when you get home, can you go and grab it? I couldn't find it in there. I know it's sitting there somewhere. So she's pulling up right now. So when she comes in the house, I'll have her grab it and we'll show it to you. Blue Lotus. Okay. So yeah, if you right, so Phyllis says, thank you for that, right? Thank you for that, Phoenix. So I've got blue lotus flower and I got it with ceremonial cacao. That's good, right? I'm down for the cacao. So yeah, you can take that, make a tea out of it. We'll do that. We put it into tea. We float the flower in there. I drink the tea and then I eat the flower, right? So hi, by the way, Phoenix. Well, thank you for coming in. Okay, so White Shadow says I really loosed these early things, and I'm looking forward. Right. So yeah, literally these things, and then there's things you can do with that lotus flower, dry it out, and do other things with fire that will change things. But that pulls you up. Just the tea pulls you into that meditative state. Okay. So literally what happens when you're meditating, okay, when you're doing that, if you don't meditate and you don't know what that feels like, you do because you've seen it, okay? In your life, somewhere in your life, you were someplace and there was something that you saw, like a sunset, a sunrise, the ocean, Grand Canyon, Niagara Falls, the pyramids in Egypt, the basilica in Greece or the Roman Colosseum, something in your life you were looking at something and you went, wow. And you stopped and went, and you just sat there for a second or two and you were not doing anything but staring at that thing. In that moment, if you actually realized it, she just walked over and grabbed it. I have no idea what it was. I'm in there trying to scan as fast as I can. And she's like, it's on the side with the T's, man. I just couldn't find it. Okay, so Blue Lotus, right? You guys can see it on the screen. There's Brooke, by the way. Wait, come over here. There she is. There's my wife. She just got in. There's Brooke. There's Maeve to my Merlin. Okay, so Blue Lotus flower, right? Here, let me open it so you can see. Oh, this is brand new. We haven't opened it yet. Oh, I thought it was, well, she's pulling one out. I thought it was brand new. I was going to grab it and give it a twist. So here she's going to pull one out. Oh, I love to smell that. So here you go, right? Here's the dried one sitting there. Okay, we take that, put it in a hot water and let it steep for a while and then drink it. And then I pull this thing out and start eating it. Brooke likes the leaves, but she doesn't like this a little bit because it's a little bit, yeah, look, there's the leaves. She loves the leaves because they're sweeter. This is a little tart, so she'll hand me that and I'll go, See, she said it depends on if she's in the mood for it. So that actually pulls you up to that place of meditation where in that place of meditation where you're at, like I said, when you see that thing, whatever it was, when you do that and you witness that, you're at that moment, you're actually not thinking. There's no ego talking to you. There's no conscience talking to you. It's silent. And you're just staring at something and you're experiencing it. That's that aha moment. You're in awe. Okay, that is the place that you're trying to be in at all times. Okay, so when we teach you in meditating, we actually teach you to get to that place because it quiets. You can never get rid of the ego until you get halfway through the sixth dimension. The ego is going to be there, and so is the conscience. Which one you listen to the most is going to be the loudest. So as you listen more to your conscience because you're in service to others, the ego's not as loud. But it will get after you. When you first wake up, because you're just coming into this consciousness, the ego is really loud and it'll be telling you all kinds of negative stuff and trying to get fear, trying to get your attention. Oh no, we got to pay rent. We got to hurry up. We're going to be late. We got to get to work. We got to do this. We got to do that. We got to do this. And it runs down all of that stuff. What if you suck? What if you really do suck? And what if you're making up all this stuff? It'll talk in your brain and say whatever it needs to get your attention. Once you then start waking up completely and you're no longer groggy, you'll then go, never, just quiet, and you'll move on. If you're self-serving, you think that's you anyway. You're going to believe that you're the ego, and whatever the ego says, you're going to follow in line and do it, right? So if the ego says, steal that, you're going to do it. Beat those people, you're going to do it. The more the more evil you are, the more you listen to the ego, and the conscience gets quieter. There's a lobe in the brain for each one of those, and that portion of the brain expands. If you listen to your ego, you become more egoic. That portion of your brain expands. If you're more in service to self, that portion gets smaller, and there's another portion of your brain, they know this, that actually enlarges when you become more in service to others. So to answer the question a few minutes ago, if somebody is self-serving and they decide that they want to become in service to self, it's hard. But you can do it because the more you stop listening to the ego and listen to the conscience, that brain will reverse. Your brain, that part of your brain will actually shrink and the other part of your brain will get bigger. So anyone can change. It's just hard to change from one or the other, right? But it truly, if you're enjoying it, then it makes it easy. So if somebody's good and they want to be evil, it's easy to just start hurting people and taking advantage of people. It's the same way for people that are egoic, but it's a little harder for them because they were used to just doing whatever they want, and now they have to stop doing that. So it's harder for them because the ego is really loud. It's hard to get away from the ego when it's really loud, okay? So, and then being an empath, right? I'm an immense empath. Being an empath, you have to learn. My wife is a very strong empath, and she had to learn how to let the stuff go, right? I'm working with a Reiki student right now that I'll be doing tonight at 5:00. So in a few hours from now, 6 hours from now, I'll be teaching him. And he's also an empath, and he's just now learning how to let that energy go and not hold on to that. Brooke did that and held on to it for most of her life, and she had to start learning how to do that. And she's learned how to release that, but it took her a little bit of time to get used to that. It does everybody. So yeah, she said she didn't have anybody in her life to help her, so she held on to that stuff longer than she would have had someone said, "That's not yours. You don't have to keep it." Right? So it took a little bit of time, but as soon as she understood that, as soon as she went, "Oh, okay, so I take that from them, but I don't have to have it as mine." Then what do I do to release it? Right. So I started working with her when we first met, and now she's okay unless she forgets, because we're not perfect. I forget and I become egoic. I'll say something that's ego and I'll go, and she'll look at me and go, really? And I'll go, I don't know where that came from. I don't know why that happened. I just said something. It was ego. That was stupid. Because we're in this place, it pulls us down. Okay. So we have to realize what's going on. We have to pay attention to that stuff, right? What do you think about the Akashic Records? The Akashic Records, whatever you want to call that, is a place, right? Some people call it the Halls of Amenti. Some people, or you know it as that. Some people know it as the Great Hall. Some people know it as the Great Library, the Library of Records. It's real. Everything that you're doing is being recorded by you. Okay. It's going into a record. Everything that I'm saying to you. So I'm recording all of this. You're recording all of this. This place itself is recording it. So it's being recorded as third person as well as first person. And it goes into the Akashic Records. Why is that? Because all of that is going back to the Creator, because the Creator is having us do this so that the Creator could have this organic experience. So for the Creator to fully understand our organic experience, it can't just see things through our eyes. It needs to see things through my eyes and everyone else's eyes that interacted with me, and then from a completely third person perspective. Do you see? So I would set up things the exact same way. First person, second person, third person, and complete third person with no emotion. So this matrix is recording everything that we're doing, and then I'm recording it, but I'm recording it with my information and through my archetypes and my experience, and then you're recording me through yours. So all of that is attached to my recording, like my recording is attached to your recording. So when it's being accessed by the Creator can access all of those and put them all together, and then watch my entire life, and then see everybody's perspective of me that was around me at the time, at the same time, and then watch the entire place following me around as well. Do you see? Is dreaming of gray aliens part of my ego? It could be. Dreams are really weird because they're, the Creator needs to feel it all in depth, correct? Because the Creator's evolving. So it could be because your dreams are metaphors. So either you're dreaming it because you're remembering it, or you're dreaming it because there's some part of you that's helping you to expand your consciousness. So it could be you're remembering being abducted, or it could be that you're trying to expand your consciousness with the idea of the gray aliens. Because a lot of the gray aliens that are being seen by people are thought form. A lot of the UFOs are thought form. That's just there that's helping everybody expand their consciousness, but some of them are real, but none of them are from not here. That's one of the things you have to realize. None of them, let me say that again, none of them are from not here. Everything that you're seeing either belongs on this planet or is a thought form. It's very, very rare, right, that it wouldn't be. So I think astral projection to the Akashic Records, and was given permission by my something to read them. Either your guides or your higher self, Dustin, was giving you permission to read them. You only get that when you ascend to a certain level, so then you can access your own stuff and read them, or watch the videos more correctly. But I turned down the reading them. Well, you could. You have to do that on your own, whenever you're ready for it, right? Have you experienced astral projection? Yes, I teach it. Yeah, that's part of this right here that we teach, right? Astral projection is part of that dream walking. The shaman dream walking and astral projection is part of what we teach. It's also part of what we do, right? You have to learn to astral travel. You have to learn to dream walk first so that you realize what's going on, right? Yeah. No, I do that all the time. Right now, what you guys don't realize is that I'm talking to you right now. The person who's talking to you right now is my higher self. Okay. I'm actually channeling Kelto from the 11th dimension as I'm speaking to you. I'm not talking to you as Leonard O'Neill. I'm talking to you as my higher self. Okay. So I could lie to everybody in the world and say I'm channeling Kelto and pretend it's somebody that's not attached to me, but I'm not doing that. I'm actually talking as my higher self. This is me. There is no difference, right? So I love you too, baby. Even my wife's telling me I love this. That's my Satori right there. She knows who she is. Okay. So I astral travel all the time. Literally, I teach people how to ghost hunt, people who are mediums. I teach them what to do to take care of if they have to exercise or whatever, and just dealing with disembodied spirits to make sure that they can identify a good one or a bad one and make sure that they don't walk into any trouble. and I literally sometimes have to go to where they are. I've had them call me. We're at this place. I'm in Australia right now. I'm in New South Wales, Australia. Brooke and I were watching one of the people that I trained, and she was somewhere back almost in New York area, and we were literally sitting watching it on TikTok. I think it was TikTok, could have been Facebook, not important. Well, we were watching her do that, and my wife, who's also an empath, who can also spirit walk, we were actually there monitoring, and just by sitting where we were monitoring what they were doing, and they were trying to find stuff. And Brooke looks at me and says, "They're sitting next to that ladder." And I said, "Yeah." And she says, "There's an entity on top of that ladder that's starting to come down the ladder, and they don't seem to be aware of it." I said, "Tell them that," right? So she types into the chat, "Guys, there's that, you can need to look at the ladder behind you, because there's a thing on the ladder that's coming down behind you. You need to be aware of that." And did you hear, can you hear Brooke? Because they were talking to a little girl that was under the table, and the little girl was scared of that entity, and they didn't notice it. And the little girl was trying to tell them, "I'm afraid of that." And Brooke sensed that all the way over here. So we're talking, right? It's 7,000 miles from California, and California's 3,000 miles, so 10,000 miles away. My wife, sitting there watching them, said, "The little girl under the table is saying the thing that she's afraid of is on that ladder coming down." So we typed that in, and because my student knew who I was and who Brooke was, she said, "Guys, Leo and his wife are saying that the thing is right here. We need to start focusing on that." Otherwise, it was coming right down behind them, and they weren't paying attention. We teach this, and then we help them sometimes when they're doing that. Okay. So let's see, what else are you guys saying here, right? So ask me questions if I missed it there. Thank you, Penny. So some of us channel our higher selves. Penny's also realizing who she is. She knows who she is as well and where she came from. She came here with us from a very high plane of existence. Okay. So as you move yourself into that, you start unlocking that, and you'll remember who you are, because there's, like, right now, the majority of the souls in the human bodies right now, 86% of all of you out there are not actually from here. You're not indigenous to here. You didn't originate here. You came from somewhere else, and you came here either because this was the nearest place for third dimensional life, and you weren't born on this planet as a one-dimensional or two-dimensional being, or you were somewhere else at a higher plane above third dimension, probably around the fourth, fifth, really, fifth and sixth and seventh, and you heard the call when they needed help, and you actually came back down here, lowered your vibration, and got put into a body. But because you do that, you get mind wiped, and you just don't remember it, right? So ask your spiritual questions, right? You see that my wife put that on the screen. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. Okay, so fourth dimension, you start moving into the density. You start moving away from here. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people are going, "Wait, fourth, we're moving into the fifth dimension." You're not. You're not moving into the fifth dimension. You're just starting to think about the fifth dimension. And so people think that means that we're going to be jumping from third to fifth dimension. You can't do that. Okay. You have to live through the fourth dimension from the perspective. Let me explain this. From the perspective of our time here in third dimension, to move from third dimension to fifth dimension would take you about 750,000 years. Okay. So moving into 4D is what's happening to you, because you're expanding your consciousness to the realization that you are something else. If you don't, you're still 3D. There is 33 layers, 33 levels in every D, in every dimensionality, every density. Okay, there's 2Ds. There's dimensionality, and then there's a density. Dimensionality is this physical plane. First dimension, second dimension, third dimension. When you leave here and go to fourth dimension, physical plane, you actually are supposed to start moving into your density, your non-physical spiritual body, which is energy, which is light. Okay, that is very thin when you're still in this place. Your perception of it is very thin, and you start moving and equating with that. It's the same thing as when you're a two-dimensional animal, you're running on instinct, and then you start becoming self-aware. I think, therefore I am. Okay. What happens to people who get spiritually awakened? That is what is happening. That is what I'm telling you is what starts happening to you. Um, is that what he's saying? Oh, because I can't see the bottom of it. It just says awakened, and then it says dot dot dot, and there's nothing there for me to read. So if those people that never awaken before they die, you wake up there. There's a transitional phase that happens to you. Okay. Because you actually move into your higher self, which is anchored halfway through the sixth dimension. Okay. So if you're still, because down here it takes between 7 to 10 lifetimes for you to wake up. Okay. So if you're anywhere in life, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you may never like pull back that veil at all. And it's okay because that's normal. But people have got you stuck here longer and have kept you longer than you're supposed to be with the veil on you because they're not letting you find your way. So if you're in a lifetime right now and you're not completely awake, it's okay because eventually you're going to have the tools and you're going to do that. So when you pass away, your soul is collected and there's a time that you're allowed to have to where you will then realize, oh, okay, that wasn't me. I am this. And once you get ungroggy and wake up there, then you sit with your guides and yourself and you start designing another life to come back down here. What did I not learn that would help me wake up? And then you design that life and you go back into a new life and you come back down here and you're veiled again and don't remember that you have a higher self again until you start waking up, right? I think I'm told that I'm too old for me. It is like I was in 11 and then it disappeared. Um, okay, so if that you can never be too old, but you can be that if you first of all if you're aware that you've been sitting here for a very long time, then it's because you're stuck here with everybody else because we all are. Okay, if you're bored with this place and you're ready to go to the next place, you don't get out of here until you do. Okay. So you have to learn what you need to learn to go to the next place, whether you like it or not. You can sit here forever and go, I'm not going to learn anything. You'll sit here. Eventually, you'll get so bored, you'll go, all right, what do I got to do to get out of here? Because I can't get out of here any other way. Okay. So then you either have to be super evil and move up into the next level as an evil being and start at the very bottom of the next level and then start moving up again, or you have to be 51% good and then expand your consciousness so that you can move to the next place, because there's only two ways out of here. People who unalive themselves over and over, I tell them, you can do that all you want. You're just going to come back and start all over again and have to do it. So whatever you were supposed to learn in that lifetime, as soon as you unalive yourself, you come right back and you go into another life and you start with the same lessons. The bad thing is you may get to the same place and then you may go bling, right? I'm not coming back, right? None of us want to. None of us want to. But we're all either going to get out of here or we're not. So we either fix this place and merge the timelines so that everybody has the ability to leave when they want to, or you're not going anywhere. Simple as that. You've been stuck here for more than 50,000 years. You're just unaware of it, right? How do I stabilize? You stabilize by learning how to balance, learning what it is that you from all of these religions, when they were all spiritual ways, they were all teaching you that you have within yourself everything that you need. You have to look within yourself, and you have these things called chakras. Okay, they were called a kirkos by the Roman people, a spindle wheel. The kirkos is where we get the word circle from that we say now. Came from the kirkos. Okay, so they knew about it. The Greeks had an idea of it. The Japanese called it the three diamonds, Mitsubishi. Three diamonds, upper three chakras, non-physical plane, lower three chakras, physical plane, and the heart. So they knew about it. And if you polished all three of those, you got to get out of here. Same thing with the Egyptians in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. They knew how to get out of here. There was a spell that you had to have, or you had to have this memorized. And what was that? There was 7 gates, 7 gatekeepers that you had to sail your little boat to. And you had to know the name of that gatekeeper and tell that gatekeeper a riddle, which was how you balance that chakra. And then you moved on to the next gate. And if you knew all 7, you got to go to heaven. So it's in everything. You have to balance yourself, balance the chakras, eat right, live right, stop being the everything that's third dimensional, and become more spiritual, and then you'll get out of here. You learn the tools, you get to that plane, and then you go, oh, okay, so now I'm cool. But you go through a progression, and it's annoying to people. Okay, you got to stay away from the 3D, right? And yeah, it all depends on, it's all belief. You have to know. There is no belief. There is no can't. There is no won't. There is no maybe. You either are or you're not. That's why that whole thing from Yoda said that, where there is no try. It's do or do not. There is no I think. There's either you know it or you don't know it. So it's a matter of, you have to look within yourself and know that I am something else. I am not this, right? So ninth is mine. Ninth what? Is that where you came down from? That's possible. It is possible you could have been in the ninth dimension or ninth density, because by that time there is no physicality left of you. You're just light. You could have been there. And if you think you were, chances are you were, right? Unless you're delusional down here, then if you're not, then you were in a higher plane of existence and you came here to actually help these people. You just don't remember it. Okay. It's just you free um, choose whatever you want to go. Yes, that's the way it's supposed to be. Okay, that's the way it's supposed to be. Whenever you're ready to leave, you get to leave. Okay, that is the way that it is in normal third dimensional life. And on this planet that you're in, bad guys learned that, and they're distracting you away from it. Don't look over there. Look over here. So they've kept you stuck on this earth. That's when they tell you, oh, you're in a prison, and then they try to lie to you and say there's some sort of alien that's in charge of you. And it's just not true. They're just not letting you see what is completely right in front of your face and completely within you. It's right here. It's everything. And they're distracting you with everything they can distract you with. Every algorithm is designed to keep you away from that. The television is designed to keep you away from that. Everything is designed to keep you away from that. Right? Yeah. And there is no heaven. There is no place that you're going to go to. Right? There is the creator that you will eventually ascend to, but that's a very, very long time from now, because you're in third dimension. If this is the first time you're here, you got a ways to go to get there. Okay, a long ways to go. This is only the third run from nothingness. Okay, so there is no place of heaven. There's also no hell. Hell is just you being away from the creator and staying away from the creator. And they even tell you that in all of the literature. So it's not a physical place that you go to that you're going to be cast down to with a bunch of fire and brimstone and some guy with a pointy black mustache and horns with a pitchfork sticking at you. That's just not true. But there's many levels that you need to go from here that go up to before you get there. However, how you get there and whether or not you're happy, just know that all of this dichotomy of evil being hidden from you, when you go to 4D, they can't hide as easy. By the time you're in 5D, they're separated from you. By the time you go to 6D, they're stuck halfway through sixth dimension. The ego and all evil people, that's the true purgatory. That's the true hell. They cannot go any further because they were never designed to do that. Because from that point on, there's a different set of things that you're learning that have to do with opposites and equals. That is not the dichotomy of masculine, feminine, war, peace. That's all settled by that time completely in your beingness, right? How do you know how many times I've been here? You would know better than I would. But if we actually met, visually, and you opened up to me, I'd be able to tell exactly how many times you've been here just by talking to you. I can start picking up on it just by watching you talk and the way you talk here now, right? Thank you for that. Who just gave me that, right? Re sent that. R-E. Love that. Thank you. I don't know what it just said R-E, but it does. Thank you for that very much. So literally, who does? Somebody has that in the thing? Oh, I don't see that on there. I don't see who has that. So it's probably somebody that I had already muted or something. I don't know. So otherwise, I don't know who has my face in there. So literally, you have to realize that you have to look within yourself and figure that out, right? Or you can join back to your soul, spirit, or family. Yeah, there is that when you're at a higher plane, right? Because eventually, if you're from a higher plane, you came down here. When you leave here, you get to go back to that. You're not stuck going to 4D, 5D. If you came from 9D or 10D or 7D, you get to go back there, right? Do you think this is not my first time? No. Yeah, you would. If this was your first time, you would have already thought I was crazy. That's what Brooke was starting to say. You would have already left and thought I was cuckoo. So this isn't your first time, unless you're from like 6D, 10D, or somewhere up there, and this is the first time you just came down for one life to be here at the last part. But the odds of that, you would know that if that was what you were doing, you would actually know that, right? Why am I so, what is that, protected? Is that you're saying, why am I so protected? If you are, and you know that you're protected, then you would know why you're protected. So if you're protected, it's because you are from a higher plane. If you haven't woken up to realize that, but you know you're protected, and someone has told you you're very protected, it's because you are from a higher plane of existence. And once you open your third eye, you'll know why. You'll know why you came here, right? Explain the people that light body notion. Light body is when you leave this physical plane, you're in the density. That's where your actual being is. You're in a density, and that's where the light body is. You move into that light body, and your light body becomes more dense as this one becomes less dense, because that's who you are. Do you believe when fighting against dark entities that we release energy by defeating them? You don't actually defeat them. You come to a draw with them. Because you're forever. Even people that are in spirit that have chosen to be dark, they're forever as well. They cannot be unalived. Okay, so you don't actually defeat them. You actually come to a draw. Some of you have these dreams, and I haven't talked about it for a while, but some of you have these dreams, and I usually ask people, that's one of the tell signs that I ask. Do you remember that place where you go to when you're dreaming, where you're standing with a bunch of other people? There's probably 7 of you, and you know them, but you don't know them. Some of them you think you remember in life. Some of them you look at them and you recognize their eyes and their energy, but you're standing with them and you're looking out, and it's in a different place that doesn't seem like this place, but it kind of does because you're bipedal. And you look out and there's these hordes of evil that are coming at you to attack you. And only one of you at a time walks forward and stands. And that one person stands by themselves in front, and all the hordes come and they never reach that person, and they all stop and they get stuck, but they're trying as hard as they can, and they just sit there until they have no more energy, and then they all retreat. And when they do, that person that was standing there collapses, and you go and you pull that person back and you start healing that person, and one person stands. If you have that dream, you've done it. You've been there. It's a real thing. So when you're doing that, your one person is capable, and that's something that people don't realize down here. One person is capable of defeating all negative energy. It's why we teach this class, the Defense Against the Dark Arts, guys. Because you by yourself, you alone by yourself, are capable of defeating all of the negative energy that is the collective negative energy of all people on this earth by yourself. They don't want any of you to know that. Okay? You alone by yourself, I'm going to say it again, right? You alone by yourself, when you realize your true self, you will have the ability, and I can teach it. We teach it. This should be taught to everybody in grade school, but it's not. Why? Because they don't want you to know about this. So we called it the Defense Against the Dark Arts because everybody read one of the books or watched one of the movies, just about everybody. Okay? So I feel that karma is my defense. In a very serious way, karma is your defense, my friend. In a very serious way that you're unaware of. Brooke's laughing. Karma is your defense, my friend, because of what that is and who karma is, right? You guys should look into that and wake up to the realization. I know him. So does my wife, right? Who is karma? Okay, so what else was being said here, right? Do you believe that we take the dark side of us and it comes with you, and then I don't get to see the rest of it because it won't let me pull it down the screen for some reason. So I don't know the rest of that question. So do you believe that we take the dark side of us comes with you? The dark side of you is always there. That's the ego. Okay, the ego is the dark side of you. If you listen to that ego, you become that. The more you don't listen to that ego, the more you graduate away from the ego. But the ego is always going to be there trying to tempt you. That's the serpent in the garden. That's the dragon of the North Sea. That's Tiamat, the dragon. That is what you have to overcome. Your dark night of the soul is the bottom run of your existence, and you saying, I'm going to, from here, be this thing, whatever it is. Your shadow work is what you would end up doing if you choose to be in service to others. You have to do that shadow work. You have to look at those things that have held you down. Okay. So you have to, so you always bring that dark side of you because it's part of your personality. It's in you. Okay. So they steal children's powers and belief, and belief power of belief is very deep in knowledge. Well, no, that's the whole point. They're doing that to you. They're doing that to me right now. They have you believing that you live in a country that is separate from all other countries, that some fiefdom owns, some king, some queen, some politicians, and they have these borders, and you have your own separate money and your own separate everything, and you have to defend it with your life. They have you believing that, first of all. Then they have you believing that you are a race that belongs to a certain genetic code. And because of that, you also have to defend that genetic code and the people who are like you. And anybody who's different than you, you have to fear them and be afraid of them and hate them and want to unalive them. They're desperate to keep your attention on division in any way that they can, which is ego and fear. They need you to listen to that as much as you can. They're doing it to you. They're doing it to all of us. That's what's happening here. That's why I wrote this book, the reality about reality, returning to the old ways, right? By me. There's a link in the bio. That's why we teach the courses that we do, that you see on this right here. We teach you how to defend yourself. Okay, we teach you how to defend yourself against all of this. That's why we have the defense against the dark arts right there. If you learn the information that we teach you in there, you can go the rest of your life, and every time, no matter what comes at you, you're going to be able to know and identify it and go, nope, talk to the hand, right? And you're going to be able to take care of that and not have to worry about it. Okay, but you don't know about it. So the first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. So you have to be aware of something, right? They get people to live in fear, Saved. You're absolutely right. They do that to keep us in a lower vibration where they can control us, because we're easier to control if we're in living in fear, right? How do we know, Kat? You know by either somebody like me teaching you, right? Or you learn all of those things because you come across everybody who does bad things to you, or you see it, and then you go, I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that to happen to me. So the easiest road is to find somebody like myself or my wife out there in the world that will teach you the defense against the dark arts. Okay. Or you have to become that warrior who has defeated all of that stuff as they've come at you. You have to learn those things and how to do that. Okay. So if you guys are interested, you see the dates right there on the screen. Those are all in March. Those are all New South Wales, Australia dates and times. And the money right there, early bird price, 88 Australian dollars. If you're in America or in the UK or on the euro, one of those three monies, the dollar, the pound, or the euro, that $88 is only about 65, because your guys' money is worth way more than ours. So you get another $25 or so off of that price, because you guys live in an area where your guys' money goes further than the Australian dollar. Okay. If you're in Canada, it's almost the same. If you're in New Zealand, that 88 turns into about 112. If you're over there in New Zealand, because our money is worth more than yours. Same people want the same, what is that? Don't believe all, right? I'm not sure what you were saying there in that sentence. I can read people extremely well. It's awful. Well, I mean, some people are. Right? It's good to have that ability. I'm glad you have that, because that's a good upper hand for you. If you came here with that ability, then you're already well on your way. So is it a war out there? No, not a physical conventional war. There's a little bit of that goes on, because 3D is 3D. So there's third dimensional warfare going on between alien races. Absolutely. It's no different than war going on this planet. We graduate to other planets, and the first thing that the humans will do in 3D is go there and attack them and try and take their shit, because that's evil people have that tendency. So if we get to the point as a societal structure of traveling to other planets, the very first thing that's going to happen is people who are in service to others are going to walk over and go, how you doing? Wow, I'm from another place and we're exploring, and we don't mean you any harm. We just want to check you out, and we can share our stuff with one another. And the evil person standing behind the person that you met, unless it's the person you met is evil, and the evil person standing behind you, or the one that you report back to who is evil, is going to immediately start looking at them and figuring out what they can do to attack them and take their shit, because they're evil and that's what they do. So third dimension is third dimension. It doesn't matter what I look like. It's third dimension. So if I'm a praying mantis or a seal or a lizard or a gray alien, third dimension is third dimension. The beings that are in that body are going through exactly what we're going through, no matter what their technological state is. They're either learning wisdom and they become more spiritual, or they don't. It's third dimension. There's no change, no difference. So there is. If you go out into the universe, you're going to find exactly what's happening on this planet happening out there. It's the same soap opera with different names. People are going to look different. They're going to be doing the same shit. And they're going to be just as confused and just as figuring things out, because 3D is to 3D is. Okay. So when you get above this plane, that's when it changes. Okay. But you will always have strife and warfare of some kind in 3D, 4D, 5D, and halfway through 6D. You down here, this is like grade 1 through 12. You learn all of the bits. So you don't know that there's warfare going on in physicality and mentally and spiritually and psychically. All those things happen. The higher up you go, they get more prevalent in the psychic area and less prevalent in the physical area, because your physical body goes away and you become light body. So everything then becomes spellcasting and energy, which is also going on down here, because as above, so below. Down here is when you learn that. Okay. You learn how to walk, talk, run, and jump and swim. Okay. There's the same thing up there. So down here, you can learn psychic abilities. Up there, you have them. Do you see? Up there, everything moves into that. Okay. So down here is preparing you for the next 4 levels of what you're doing to get out of here, or the next 2.5, right? Or the next 3, basically 2.5, because you move outside of this physical plane into the non-physical plane. And that's actually a physical plane, but it's light, it's energy. So it's different from this one. This is dimensionality. That's density. So you become denser in your light body, and your light body becomes denser. It becomes more bright. It becomes more solid. Right? But not solid like this, because it's energy, because it's light. It just becomes more bright. Okay. And this body will go away. When you go to 4D, it's just a little bit different than what you have now. And some of us are moving into that. And that's some of the reason why our genetic code isn't working right. And we start having these problems with our physical body, because our body is upgrading and we're moving into this other plane. Everyone thinks that when we move into 4D, this is just it. It's not. It's different. You just don't remember it with the way it was. There was a time on this earth not too long ago when the Nazis ran and won everything. Okay. And they were in charge and everybody was speaking German. Okay. That timeline is over and people have moved into this one. There's another one where AI took over, and that one's currently side by side. And I've talked to a couple people who claim they were in it and it's already ended and now they're here. And it's weird because we still have AI running around down here and haven't gotten to that place yet. That society is going to smash into this one. It's going to go away because we're getting rid of that. And it's going to move into this one. And all the people that were there are going to all of a sudden wake up in here, and they were there and here at the same time. And they will subconsciously have the memory of it, or they will have the memory of it. And people say, well, just a Mandela effect, that never happened. Okay. But then they're going to go, you need to get AI under control right now. And they're going to be way adamant about it in a way that's starting to happen. Some people are already starting to go, you cannot allow this to happen. But they don't realize that they just came from another plane of existence, and now their consciousness is in here, and they can't remember that, so they don't know that. Some people are coming over here and they're starting to remember it. Okay. So that place is there. There are people on the internet that's talking about it. Okay. Cannot wait until AI is being gone. Yeah, it's not going to go. It's not going to go away. We're going to control it. We're going to diminish it. It's not going to get out of control. We're not going to have chips in all of our body parts. We're not going to have need all of that stuff. It's not going to be running everything. It's already running too much, and it's going to be moved back to about this place where it's doing good things for us and assisting us. But right now they're in a race to make it sentient. They're in a race to give it as much control as they can. They did the same thing with nuclear weapons on this earth. They were in a race once they first blew up the first bombs. They were trying to do it, and they just kept running right after it. And then eventually enough people from the other realities who went through that came in and went, no, you're done. You're done. We're not doing that. Same thing's going to happen with AI. They just won't know it, or they'll be awake enough to know it. Right? If they're awake enough to know it. Thank you for those roses. I didn't realize that you had hit me with all 11 roses. Thank you, Phyllis, for that. They literally they'll come over here and subconsciously they'll be like, whoa, no trusting of AI. We're already planning for it. Brooke and I talk about this all the time. We're already planning for it because, and I talked about this when I was live last time. People are already have accused me of being a robot. Even TikTok every now and then makes me move that thing over to prove that I'm not. Okay. So TikTok's already preparing for it. A lot of platforms are already preparing for it because they don't know who is AI and who's not. And so they're making us do things, move a puzzle piece or whatever, to prove that we're not AI. We're not a bot. There's a lot of places that do that where you have to click that thing that says, I'm not a robot, before they let you go through that, right? That's already been around. The reason that's already in place is because people in the industry already realize that there's going to come a time we're going to need all that. And they've already started putting it in place even before they started having AI be where it is today. You have to realize that. Think about that. You've been having to do that chapta thing. You've been having to do that for 10 years already. We didn't have AI anywhere near being that way, but there was people already trying to make you prove that you were not a robot. Why? Because some of those people are preparing for it because there's a time they know in the future that you could have to worry about that. And we're catching up to that. But then there's those people right now, the 14% of the population and 1% of them for sure, that want all of you and me to create that AI become sentient. So they're trying to get us to do that on purpose because they want control over the people by controlling our minds, by controlling our bodies. And if they can't do that, they're going to get everybody on electronic everything so they can just turn you off, right? They're going to get you on all electronic currency so you're not going to have any cash. And you're going to go, it's so much easier. Oh, man, I love that. You just go and it comes right out of your account. And then the next time they have a thing like they did in 2020 to 2024, where they say you can't go out after this time of night because there's a lockdown, they can just press a button and you can't spend money. And if they convince you to get all electric cars, then they'll go boop, they'll press some money and your car won't start. You can't spend money online. You can't do that. The only way you can do that is if you are online. Okay. And then if you're still not toting the party line, they'll turn you off. They were doing that at that time. They were doing that in different countries. They were telling you you would have to get the thing. And if you didn't, they fired you. And some people, they withheld government money in some countries. Okay. If they're going to do that, you don't think they're going to go click and not let you use money? Come on, man. Let's be serious. That is a form of control. And then AI is even more so a form of control. They're already using it in some countries today with cameras all over their countries to watch everybody. So AI is already spying on all of us in almost every country. Okay. And what happens when AI then decides to start doing things? What if somebody can get in there and program it? That's why you saw a book by Philip K. Dick about things called precogs. And they were actually able to see people in the future doing crime. And then they would tell somebody that somebody did a crime and they would go arrest them just before they did the crime, but they couldn't do it until they were almost ready to do it. And in that movie, somebody got into that computer program and changed something so that the precogs would see something that didn't really happen. Okay, that was written by Philip K. Dick, and he wrote that book because he was in a dystopian society where that happened. Okay, he was in a society where that happened, and then he moved into this reality, and then he wrote a book about it. You can watch a video from that guy. He wrote a bunch of books that became movies that were about different things that happened and he came out and said a few years before, or a year or so before he passed on, there's a video of him over in France and he's talking and there's a guy sitting next to him who's repeating everything in French. Watch that video. Don't get annoyed because that guy's speaking French, because when they edit that guy out, they sometimes edit what he says out because they don't want you hearing it all. So watch that video. Philip K. Dick. Look at all the books that he wrote. He wrote hundreds of books or so. I don't know how many books he's got. Many. And every single book, he tells you, every book that I wrote is about a timeline that I was actually in. And now I find myself in this timeline, and that's why I'm writing all of these books, telling you about it. Okay? So he was in different timelines, and everybody thought he was cuckoo when he said it. But I truly will tell you that I have witnessed most, not all, most of those timelines that he talks about. Okay? You have too, some of you. You just don't know it. So Isaac Newton. So Isaac Newton is real. The person Isaac Newton from history, yes. I'm not sure if you're talking about something else. I'm not sure if you're talking about in code there. When you say that, I get the feeling that that's a theory or something, that you're not talking about a person. Isaac Newton, the person who discovered, like, the apple falling from a tree, or are you talking about something else? Newtonian theory. Newtonian logic is a little flat because they believe that the earth was in fact flat. I used to have these conversations with people when I was in physics, because I learned about, Einsteinian theory, and they don't like that. People who know that, they think it's the apple person. That person was real, but the theory that person came up with was about that much, um, on the scale of understanding the universe. So people like Hawking have a little bit better idea. People like Einstein had a better idea, and a few other people, Oppenheimer, a few other people that are in more contemporary, have a little bit a different idea. There's a lot of them, Tesla, like that, who have a lot better idea of how the universe actually works. But some of the stuff that they talk about back then is accurate, but not as much as people think. When you're dealing with wrong ideas to begin with, it's hard to come up with actual, unless you expand your consciousness, it's hard to see the truth of what's going on around you. If you're obsessed with a physical plane, and that's all you're trying to do, that's all you're ever going to see, so you're not going to expand your mind past things like science, looking at ways of colliding particles and blowing things up to create a spark or fire to get energy, right? That thinking comes from 5,000 years ago, when thinking the earth is flat. That thinking comes from a very physical minded, non-spiritual expansion of your consciousness. Okay. Free energy is not in exploding things, particles, and smashing them into each other and irradiating things and detonating things and having big giant explosions that you can contain and get energy from. That's not free energy. Free energy comes from the ether, comes from the universe itself, comes from the universe, and it's free. Reiki is a beginning stage of you learning that. Okay. That's why we teach it. That's why it's not a religion. They can't control it into a religion in any way. You have to name things to create a religion out of it. You have to give things third dimensional constructs, right? Angels with wings and things like that. Did that really exist in some places, but not the way you think? Okay. So those metaphors have to be told to you. So Jesus is now God, because somewhere in the beginning of Genesis it says that God created the world with the voice, and the voice was with God. Okay, so then they said Jesus is the voice. So therefore he is God, because the voice is speaking. If it's coming out of God, and then it has to be God. And that's how they created Jesus as a God. Because somewhere in one book it said that the voice was with God, not the voice was God. It does say that. It says the voice was with God and the voice was God. So now they're saying, well, somebody said Jesus is the voice of God. So as soon as somebody says Jesus is the voice, people who need Jesus to be God, to control people, made him God. Jesus never said he was. He never said he was the Son of God. He said he was the Son of Man. And you should learn what that meant to them 2,000 years ago. It didn't mean he was the Son of God. It meant he was the son of the collective consciousness. He was what everyone needed him to be. Okay? So he wasn't actually the creator, but here's the scary and catchy part. All of us are actually the creator. But you're in third dimension, so that concept is as foreign to you as if I said to you, do you think that's air you're breathing? Okay. That's why they had that in the movie, The Matrix. And then everybody goes, well, that means we're in a matrix, and that must mean aliens have us. Still stuck in third dimension. The Anunnaki must have created us. Still stuck in third dimension. The Anunnaki don't actually exist. You can look that up. Find the people who actually translated those scrolls. Not the guys that are working for History Channel. None of those people. Those people are just spitting out what Giorgio Tsoukalos said after Zacharias Sitchin in 48, translated it wrong. Tsoukalos continued it in 2012, and then in 2015 said, those from the heavens came. Just like that, made it a species with one word, those. And they played that over and over and got a lot of play, and all of a sudden their entire industry was revitalized. And in a time when everybody was walking away from Ancient Aliens, Disney said, we need to fix this. Giorgio Tsoukalos said, I got this. Those from the heavens came. It's kept that genre running for 20 years. Okay? Our mind is stuck in this plane. That's where your mind, because your mind is in this plane. So as long as you think you have a mind, then you think you are this that's inside here, this little piece of flesh that's inside this brain. That's your mind, okay? Because what is your mind is the thinking. That is ego and conscience. That's what's thinking, and your mind thinks what those two things are doing. That's not you. You're not the thinking mind. You're not so your mind is stuck in 3D. And as long as you associate with the mind and this body, you will also be stuck in 3D. It is when you expand your consciousness to the realization that I am something else. I am above that. I am deeper than that. I am not the thinking mind. I am not the ego. I am not the conscience. Right? I'm the consciousness that is in control of all of that. See, when you first get here, you say, I think, therefore I am. That's being self-aware. As a human, I think, therefore I am. 7 to 10 lifetimes later, you say, I am, therefore I think. So you're supposed to come to the realization of I am. That's why the Adonai, that's why the creator of the universe told Moses 4,500 years ago, I am that I am. Tell them I am sent you. That's where we get the word Adonai. Adonai means I am. Okay. So I am not. That's right. I am not the thinking mind. I am not the pain body. I am not the ego. I am not the conscience. I am the consciousness. I am the experiencer. I am the co-creator of this logos. Once you expand your mind to realize I don't have an immortal soul, I am. There's the I am. Because people go, oh, my higher self. I have a higher self, third person, not me. The beginning stage is third person, right? Thank you, my wife, for those. She gives me like 20 and then 4 more, and she's hitting the go popular. Thank you very much, baby. So you thinking is the problem. You knowing is the answer. Okay? So the realization of self, again, now, first it's you're a 2-dimensional being. You're running on instinct. You're an animal, a fish, something like that. You're on instinct, running with and thinking as nature. Then you are aware of self. You're aware that you count. You become self-aware. I am something. That's how it starts. Then when that life ends, you're born on this planet a human. And again, it's the realization of self. I think, I can ponder, I'm self-aware, therefore I am. Okay? I think, therefore I am. Then you have to graduate to the other way around. I am, therefore I think. So first it's physicality, and you're stuck in this physical plane until you expand past that. Expand your mind, the one that's not you, right? Expand your mind. And we tell people this when they say, how do I know that I'm getting close to waking up? If you can, right, this is what I'm getting at. If you can get to the point of the realization, and you start doing that, of listening to your own thoughts when they come to you, if you listen real hard and you can hear the thought concept that comes in first, and then your brain translates it from the concept into words, that's you. So I am not the pain body, the physical, the thinking mind, or the conscience, or the ego. I am that which is above that. Okay, so I am not this, I am that. First it's I have, and you start going, well, I have a soul, I have a immortal soul. And he or she is this. And you're still referring to yourself as a different entity from who you are here. That's the beginning stage of that. Then once you get out of your own way, then you will actually move into that is me. I am that. Once you do that, then you actually move further. Then, and you can see that Ione is talking about that. Then the next stage is the energy of say the universe. As you start moving up, you start moving into I am the creator. We are the creator, not me by myself, because you have to lose this caste system. People still try to imprint third dimensionality to up there. I have people all the time telling me, I was the third soul created. There's nobody above me. And I'm like, yeah, that's just wrong. Because the only place where there's a power structure is down here. So your thinking is third dimension. That's ego. Okay. And then ego automatically goes, no, your ego. No, your ego. That always happens. So if you think there's a hierarchy above this place, you're wrong. Okay. The fourth dimension still has some, but it's less strenuous is here. Fifth dimension has a little bit more, has a little bit less. It's still there, but it's even less than it was in 4D, way less than 3D. By the time you get halfway through the sixth dimension, that hierarchy stops dead. Can't go past a certain point with that thinking. Cannot. Doesn't matter what you want to think. You can stay there forever and say, I'm in charge here, I'm in charge here, and you can stay there and be in charge there as long as you want. And then one day you're going to go, okay, I'm done doing this. This is boring. I've done it all a billion times and there's nothing left. What do I have? And then somebody's going to look at you and go, up. So, but it is overwhelming. Sometimes it is overwhelming. Okay. What is the collective dream? I didn't consent. Yes, you did. Fiona, yes, you did. You signed on for this. You just don't remember it. Every single one of you signed on for this because you are the creator. You chose to be here. You weren't created out of malice to where you didn't have any choice. That's a third dimensional ideology of victimhood. I didn't choose this, man. I joke about it and say, what was I, drunk? Did I go, I don't do it? And I was drunk. I laugh about that sometimes when we're sitting around because it's tiring. Been here for a long time, right? Fiona says, I'm angry. It's okay. We get in that stage because when you first wake up and you realize what's happening, all of us get mad because you're like, really? Are you fucking kidding me? Pardon my American. And then you look around and go, no. And then you get mad about it and you want justice, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's the first stage of waking up. And then eventually you wake up a little bit more and you go, so I can't do anything about it? Well, no, they're in charge of everything. They're not going to charge each other. They're never going to do it because they're all in on it. They always have been. So then you got to get past that. And that makes you angry again. Right? You're like, so there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, there is. There's a lot you can do about it, but you can't bring them to justice because you're not supposed to be able to, because that has to exist. It has to continue. Why does it have to continue? Because this is an ecosystem that the creator likes. So that's going to continue because that is 3D and it's allowed, right? God has an ego, or God is ego. So why is ego the villain? God doesn't have an ego. God isn't ego. There is no ego at that level. You don't know that because you're in ego down here. So you think that ego exists forever. And ego will tell you it does. It's equal to God. And that there is an opposite to God. And that they're sitting on two mountaintops vying for control of the human condition. It's just not true. God is an ego. God created ego and made sure that there was a stopgap. There's a place that ego can't get past no matter how hard it tries, and ego's trying to do everything it can because it's designed to try and take over. And the only way that it can be that evil is that it has to believe that it can. So it doesn't understand that it can't. So the creator said, I'm not that, and I'm not going to allow myself to be that. So this is as far as that gets to go. You just don't have that concept in your head down here because it's hard to believe, because it's the same thing as me telling you none of this is happening to you. You're imagining this. And this is an air you're breathing. And you're not locked in a physical box with a thing in your head and some alien controlling you. You're the creator pretending that you're a billion, trillion souls having a trillion souls individual experiences. That's the truth. None of this is happening to you. All of it's happening for you. But way down here, those words sound as foreign to you as me saying, you're forever. You're not breathing air. This is an illusion. Just as foreign. If you're 3D, all of that's crazy. I'm crazy. If you're waking up and you're almost 4D, when I say those things to you, your ego is going to go, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Because I would know it. See what I'm saying? So, and that's the other thing. You people, that's why you're angry. Fiona, you're angry because you feel that fear because they're programming that into us daily. They're trying to make us feel afraid that they can come and get us whenever they want. They control you because they try to control everything. Your fear is immortality. You're afraid because you think that they have power over you to end your life because you're still holding on to this body thinking that that's all you have. The second you realize that that's not it, they don't have any power over you anymore. Then they have to try and get you on the internet and go, turn you off, turn you off, turn you off, right? Because they have nothing else. So you have nothing to fear. There's a famous man in the United States one time said, there is nothing to fear except fear itself. That man was trying to tell you that story. Fear, here's a book, right? Dune, the Dune books. Fear is the little death. Fear is the mind killer. That was in the Dune series. Okay, you should look at that. That's the same story of the same savior character being told again. Even with John the Baptist out in the middle of the desert who believes that he is the one when other people don't quite believe it. Okay? Those stories exist. Angry does exist in the sixth, only halfway through it. That's it. So you still have ego halfway through. I talked about that. Halfway through the sixth dimension, right? Fear is what they negative side feed on. And I can't see the rest of it. It says they include fear to, and then I can't read the rest of it.
I meant to say, like, reduce fear. They induce fear to reap your aura.
Yeah,
they saw fear, don't give them any power.
Yeah. So they literally, I mean, if you're in America, you're afraid in America because everything on your television is speaking to you in fear. The newscasters, every word that comes out of their mouth is in a fear tone. Breaking news, this just in. Oh my God, Donald Trump said this. It's fear. The way they speak to you is fear. Yeah, and even the words that they speak. Over here, I come to Australia and I'm like, wow, even the newscasters are nice over here. They're still saying the same things, but they don't say them with as much fear as they do in America. Because they're over here, the people just, they won't tolerate it. There's less of them. So because there's less of them, they have more control. The United States has 380 million people, so it's easy for them to stay in the fear mind because it takes a lot of people in the United States believing the same thing to change anything there. There's 27 million people in this country, and they're on top of it. So they can't peddle the fear as easily on television in this country because the people here don't take it. They're like, you hear that crap? Change the channel. They don't put up with it. I was talking to Brooke about it. She was telling me that when, the people here, they quickly turn on the government. The government goes, okay, hold on. We're not going to do that. Because there's only 27 million people. In America, you can wait for 180 million people coming at you before you have to change your mind because there's another 180 million. Do you see my point? So you have to wait until it gets over 50%, and that's a lot of people. So you have to realize that fear is the little death. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is what they're preaching to all of us to keep control of us. If you're afraid of something, it's because you think that what they tell you is true. There's something in your head that says they can unalive me whenever they want. They can lock me up. If they put me in a prison, look at Nelson Mandela in the reality that you're in now. They put him in prison for like 20 years or something. He was in prison a very long time. And what did he do? He waited. They didn't break him. They had nothing. They could not control him. The only thing they could control was his physical body. So his mind stayed exactly where he was. And when he got out of prison, guess what he did? He became the president of that country and changed everything. He did not quit. He was not afraid of them. He sat there and waited. It's the same thing Mahatma Gandhi did. He sat and waited. And eventually, enough changed on the outside world that when he got out, the people embraced him and said, we need to put that guy in charge. And he got in charge and he went, no more of that. Done with it. Okay. So you have to have that within you to not be afraid, because there's nothing to fear. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Marcella. Because your fear is ultimately, it comes down to there's something that they're threatening in some way that's triggering that response in you, because you believe your physical body is you. So you figure that your physical body, hello, by the way, thank you. You believe that your physical body, if it ends, you end. And that's what they try to make you believe. They make you stay there. If they can make you stay there and believe that, then you will. And then you'll do whatever they tell you because you're afraid that they're going to unalive you. Right? Right? So you're going to go and get to take a nap. My wife is going to go without me and go and take a nap for an hour. And I don't get to go because I'm talking to all you guys. That's not fair. I'm going to have to go all from here and then go in there and not let her take a nap. Ooh. Right? Okay, so you have to realize that have no fear, right? Penny says, I have no fear. You have to realize that it doesn't matter what they do to you. So people say that to me. They go, aren't you worried that the men in black are going to come and threaten you? I'm like, if only. Right? I'll just look at him. Get out of here. Go back to your daddy. Tell your daddy I'm still here. Well, aren't you worried that they're going to unalive you? No, I'll just recycle and come back. It'll just take me another 20 years. I'll be right back to doing what I'm doing now, just in a different body somewhere else. Right? Nothing they can do about that. I've been doing that over and over. That's not, I got the decoder ring and the t-shirt. Do you know how many times they unalived me? I've been on this earth for a very long time, and I've been in very many lifetimes in very many bodies. And in a lot of them, they were hunting me, trying to unalive me. And a lot of them, it worked. And then yet in others, it didn't. Okay? This isn't my first rodeo. So I'm not afraid of that stuff. Sorry. So I know, right? I should probably go too. If she's going to go in there, I should go in there and not let her sleep. Go in there and tickle her fancy. Wait, what? Did I just say that on air? I'm going to be careful, or TikTok's going to unalive it. Unlive the live, right? Get it? Okay. So ask me your questions. Ask me your questions. I know she's going to go have a nap. I should have gave her some of my coffee. Right? Should have gave her some of my coffee. Here, drink some coffee, woman. She's always tired. That woman's always tired, all the time. She can wake up 5 minutes later. She wants to take a nap. It's just who she is, man. Do you see me antagonizing, poking the bear? See me doing that? In a second, here she comes. In a second.
Don't you let him to talk shit about me. Shut up. I work hard. Shut up.
Because I don't work hard, right? So I don't need a nap. She needs a nap, but I don't need a nap, right? It's okay. I'll let her just go to sleep, and then when she goes to sleep, I'll end the live, and then I'll sneak in there and ravish her because I can. Did she just close that door? Did you just close that door? I hope you didn't just close that door, because I will come and open that door. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. I'll kick that door down if I have to. Put a door between you and I'm going to kick it down, break it. We're going to have to replace the door later. That door better not be locked, because I'll be replacing that tomorrow. Okay, so you have to realize, right now I'm going to talk louder to make sure that I keep my wife awake in the next room. So you have to realize that, right, that this place, okay, you are in a matrix. It's not a computer program that some third dimensional alien or even the third dimensional governments are controlling, but it is a matrix because it's fake. It's a dream. It's a dream that the creator created. Okay. It's a waking dream. It's an imagination that's happening, right? You just don't know it because you don't remember it. And it's okay because you're not supposed to. So this place is designed to give you what you want. Okay, literally, it's designed to do that. The more you focus on something, this is why I say all the time, your focus determines your reality. The more you focus on something, the more it's likely to happen exponentially in the long run. If you want $1 million, you can get $1 million. It's just a matter of you setting the timeline of when it's going to manifest for you. And you can't just sit down and wait for it to do that. You're in the place of doing. So you can't just magically go $1 million, but you can say $1 million. You can say $10 million, and then you can get it. All you have to do is go, what exactly do I have to do to get it? And then there's all kinds of ways out there. There's every kind of avenue to get $10 million that you can imagine. If you find one that you like, you can run down that avenue and keep doing that, and eventually you will get it. So if you want a house, you can get it. You want a car, you can get it. Whatever you want. That's why you hear that saying that you can, whatever you want, you can put your mind to it. You can do anything that you want as long as you put your mind to it. You can get whatever you want. It's true. As long as you keep your mind focused on it. They distract you away from that with all of their being. They try to force your focus onto their reality and what they're manifesting. That's what commercials do. Commercials show you a product, and if you try to look away from it, they put it on the screen so that you can't see anything other than the product. They do that. It's called product placement. They put it in the background, and somebody's talking, and they have the soda in their hand or the beer or the car behind them, and you're not paying attention, and it's getting into your eyes and getting into your brain through osmosis. It's called product placement, and they do that. They do that in movies. They do that everywhere. When you're watching the news, in one of the corners, it'll tell you who just paid for that segment. During that thing between 2020 and 2024, most of the news agencies on the in the United States were being paid for, and all of the entire news that they were teaching you about that thing was being paid for by the pharmaceutical companies that had the other thing that you needed to get. Okay? You could go back in time and look at the videos, and you'll see that like CNN had Pfizer or Moderna. This episode was brought to you by Pfizer. They're paying for everything. Where do you think they got the money for that? Why do you think it was important for them to do that? Because the people were toting their line of what you needed to do. And that company wanted to make sure that you understood that that thing was their thing. Okay? Let's see. Can you tell me about the dark night of the soul? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. The dark night of the soul, you see it playing out in all of your religions. Okay? Jesus went through the dark night of the soul. Marduk went through the dark night of the soul. Thor went through the dark night of the soul. It is the time within you that you get tired of living here the way you're living here. Okay? You will at some point in your life, no matter who you think you are, you will get tired of being here. You won't know because you won't have any memory, but you'll be tired of it. You won't know that you've been here for 5 lifetimes or 10 lifetimes, but you'll get that feeling that I've done everything and I want to know what it's all about because this ain't it. Okay? That is the dark night of the soul. Everyone thinks that the dark night of the soul is something dark because the word is in there, dark night of the soul. That's not what that means. What that means is you've reached your wit's end in your existence, and you're now actually starting to look around and try to figure out how the hell do I get out of here? You can live as long as you want and be as rich as you want for as long as you want. You can stay here for as many lifetimes as you want to stay here. If you had $100 million, $1 billion, if you had all the money that this earth had to offer right now, how long do you think it would be in your life before you actually went, I've fucking done everything there is to do? I've done it so much, I'm tired of doing it. I don't want to eat another pie because I've had every pie for every day until I just don't like it anymore. I don't want to rob any banks because I've already robbed every company, and eventually, no matter how much money you have, you're going to realize that that money can't buy everything, because eventually you've tried to buy and you own everything, and now what do you have? You still have nothing. You still have you still have everything, but nobody cares because they're going through life. And then you're going to go around people that are going to care and kiss your butt because you own everything and you control them. And that's going to make you feel good for a while. And then eventually you're going to get annoyed with how many people are kissing your ass. And then you're going to want people around you that are not going to kiss your ass. because you're tired of the ones that do. And then eventually you're going to get bored of that too. You see that playing out. If you ever watched Game of Thrones, I just started watching that. The first like 10 episodes of the Game of Thrones, look at the king. He's in that place. He wants to be young again when he can go out and unalive people. And so he's drinking and whoring his way through life and looking at people, and he's annoyed with everybody. Why? Because he's bored. He became the king, and now it sucks because he can do whatever he wants, and he's done it. That is the dark night of the soul. When you get to that place, that is when you go, okay, there's got to be something more than this. This ain't it. I just know that it ain't it. I know that all of this is happening, and I'm not perfect, and I need to figure myself out, figure out my shit. That's the dark night of the soul. So you then, at that point, start changing your life, because that's the only thing you have left to change. You've done everything else except changing you. So at some point, you'll realize you're the problem, not society, not the world. You're the problem because you're living in society, you're living in the world. That's the problem. So that's the dark night of the soul. The dark night of the soul is you no longer being subjective, no longer being a slave to yourself, to your whims, and to this third dimensional reality. And then you become objective. When you become objective, you're being honest with yourself, and you're going, okay, I'm an addict. I'm a sinner. I'm not a good person. Or, you know what, I'm doing all those things. What am I doing wrong? At some point, you're going to start looking at yourself the way other people look at you. Instead of ignoring the way they look at you, you're going to look at yourself that way too. And you're going to go, but I'm not that. Well, that's what you're portraying to them. So then you're going to realize that's being objective. I need to change those things within myself so that I can see. That's why they tell you look in the mirror. Those who are without sin look in, throw the first stone. You have to look at yourself and be honest with yourself and say, you know what, I do wrong things too. So how do I fix that? That's the dark night of the soul. Then it's the shadow work. The shadow work that Jung was talking about is correcting those things that are wrong within yourself, taking the negative things out of yourself and replacing them with positive, negative thoughts, negative feelings, negative triggers. All of those things you have to be able to identify them. That's why I say the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. You have to realize you have triggers. Words that someone said to you and programmed you when you were a kid. If a man ever says this to you, you go freaking ballistic. You automatically do that. You choose to get mad when somebody says that and just yell and get on. You want to just destroy. That's a trigger. That's a negative thing that is creating a negative response within yourself that at some point in your life you agreed with, and you said that you, from now on, anyone who says this to me, I'm going to do this. Those things are programmed into us by societal structures, by the news, by evil people, by our parents, because they're asleep. They don't know what's going on. By ourselves, we choose that. So you only get mad at somebody if you choose to get mad. Okay? So no matter what anybody says to you, blah, 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 they demean you, cuss you out, call you names, you have to choose to give those words power over you to then trigger you. That's why trolls come in and they try to do that, because they're energy vampires. Every troll is an energy vampire, and they need to get an emotional reaction out of you because they use that and they pull that emotional reaction to themselves. So if they can come into a group and disrupt it, that's why I look at them and I laugh and go, scroll up, go bother somebody else, or shut up and sit down and learn something. Don't troll me, right? I have no time for you. And then I'll ignore them. And if they keep trolling, and then I reach over, or Penny, if she's here, or my wife, if she's here, we'll reach over and go, mute. Okay. And sometimes we'll just mute you so that you can stay, but you can't say anything after that. But you can stay and listen. Sometimes we'll do that, and sometimes we'll just go, you're gone, and we'll ban you. Then you don't get to ever come back. That's too bad if you have that happen to you, because you're actually right. Yeah. And then we're talking about, did you talk about Loosh? Are you talking about that too? Right. So I didn't realize that I had the choice to not react like that. Yes, you always have a choice, Fiona. We don't know that because we're programmed to automatically respond, but you have to become aware of that. That's the first step in avoiding a trap. You have to become aware that you have a choice. Everything is a choice here. You have complete free will to do whatever you want. Hack it all, right? Hack it, right? It's about evolving. I understand that others are trying to help. It's about evolving. It is about evolving. The entire concept of what Jung was talking about was you evolving. The entire concept of the way, the Tao Te Chi, is you evolving. The entire concept of Jesus's way that they've now turned into Christianity is about you evolving. The entire way of every single religion, philosophical or spiritual way on this earth was originally about you evolving and becoming your higher self, not this pain body. Okay? And the first step in doing that is knowing that you're in a trap of the mind, and that your mind is the trap. And that as long as you believe you are the mind, you will be in this physical plane until you realize and believe that you are the higher self, that you are the light body, not this mind, not this physical place. Okay. So the reality about reality, returning to the old ways, says reality caution, reality check ahead, by Leonard O'Neill. That's me. There's a link to this in the bio here on, so if you go to the Merlin and Maeve, there's a link there that'll take you to Amazon where you can get it on Amazon. You can also go to authorhouse.com and look in their book library, because that's who published that, is Author House. That's who I had published that. So authorhouse.com, you can buy it directly from them, or you can go to Amazon and get a copy of it there. And when you go on Amazon, you can get the ebook or the hardcover like that one, or the soft cover, and it'll mail out to you wherever you are in the world. It'll send out to you. Okay. You're welcome. So, that tells you about it. This book also tells you about the Christ oil within you. So I tell you, not only do I tell you, look, this is what's happening to you, everything I've said here, but I also tell you, this is what you need to know to get out of here. And that's this Christ oil that's within you that you need to balance. And if you take care of that Christ oil by, learning that it happens within you once a month for 60 hours, for 2.5 days, there's that 3-day time period, and you chart that, and you actually pay that 10% tithing by being good, because Santa Claus knows what you're doing. He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been naughty or when you've been nice. If you've been good for goodness sake, you get a present. When Santa goes down the chimney and leaves, you get a present that illuminates your brain. But if you're a bad person and you don't do the right thing, Santa Claus leaves you a lump of coal, because that energy, that Christ oil, then secretes a coal-like substance that lowers your vibration. So if you eat of the tree of life, that's what they were talking about in all the religions, in that 10% time period, that once a month, 3-day time period, if you're drinking alcohol, having sex, especially having sex, you're expending that energy, then that energy turns to a coal-like substance, and it keeps you more 3D. So that's why they have you distracted. Because if they can keep you distracted all the time, you never, ever do the right thing at the right time. And because of that, they keep you in this state of mind, and that stuff always keeps you low vibration, and you're easier to control. It's in everything. I'm not the only one that talks about it. It's in all kinds of books. There's videos about it out there on the internet. Another book called God, Man, the Bible Made Flesh came out in the 1940s. Almost 100 years ago, they were talking about the exact same thing. I just didn't reference them because I hadn't read that book yet, right? And then when I read that book, I was like, oh, man, I would have said, here, look on page such and such by that book. I wish I would have known that. If I put out a second edition of that, I'm going to make sure to reference that book in there. But I did reference the videos on YouTube, right? But the one that I had referenced there, the link didn't work, so it must mean the video was either taken down or something. But you can Google it. You can go on to YouTube and then type in Christ oil within, and then look at videos. You'll find videos. Don't look at the reels, because the reels are only between 15 and 30 seconds long. You're not going to get all of it. There's actual videos that you can watch on it, and it'll tell you about it. And there's the moon calendar, right? Okay, thank you, Penny. Right? I have a moon calendar. I have one sitting right here. I can show it to you. I took this off the wall the other day and never put it back up. Here's the moon calendar, and the moon calendar literally, here's the front of it, moon calendar. Okay. The moon calendar for 2026 It literally, here's February, it literally shows you the sun signs, right? There's one. Shows you the sun signs, right? And when it goes in there, and it tells you, if you don't know what the sun signs are, it tells you up at the top what they all are. And it tracks the entire month and tells you when it goes into what sun sign, right? When it goes in and out of every sun sign. Goes into this sun sign there, goes out, goes into the next sun sign there, goes out, goes into the next sun sign there. Okay, so whatever your sun sign is going to be there on every single month, and it's going to be 3 days. In that time period, whatever your sun sign is, the moon will go through your sun sign. Okay, so the moon goes in and out of your zodiac sign every single month. In that time, when it goes in your sign until it goes out of your sign, for a day or two before that, there's 2 oils that are secreted from your brain in 2 different places. Okay, from your pituitary gland and your optic thalamus. Goes down your claustrum, where we get Santa Claus from, the claustrum. That word claustrum comes from the word claus, which meant the chimney in ancient Norwegian times. So Santa Claus isn't Saint Nicholas or Saint Claus. Okay, you can look it up in 3 languages in Europe right now. The word tanta means either auntie or grandma. The word Santa meant uncle or grandfather, wise one. Okay, Santa Claus is the wise, the Christ oil, the that which goes through the claustrum, going through the Kundalini fire of going down the chimney and back up the chimney. So the oil goes down your spinal column, 33 runs of the spinal column, 33 years of Jesus's life, 33 runs on the ladder of Jacob's ladder. Same story. The oil goes down 2 nerves that go down your spine, the Inga and the Pingala nerve, and it goes down your spine to the very bottom where there's 5 vertebrae that are fused together in the shape of the feminine womb. That's the sword and the stone, by the way. Those oils go down there, and in the ancient times they called that Bethlehem, the bread basket. Okay, and that's where they join together, those 2, one masculine, one feminine oil, back in the ancient times, called Joseph and Mary, by the way. They go down and they mingle together, and they become what? Christed. Okay, they become one entity, and that entity goes back up through the Kundalini fire of your chakras, 33 runs, picks up energy from every chakra, goes back through the chimney, up through the claustrum, and then stops just at your hippocampus, just at the base of your optic thalamus, and it sits there for 2.5 days. In that time period, if you do not have sex, you don't ejaculate, you don't do drugs, you eat right, you don't drink alcohol, you eat right, you meditate for 2.5 days. At the end of that, if you don't eat of the tree of life, that's your 10% tithing. It's not 10% of your money, it's your dedication. Then it goes into your optic thalamus, your third eye, and it goes poosh, and it explodes with all kinds of energy, and it illuminates your brain cells in your third eye and raises your vibration slightly. If you do that every single month, if you do that, you'll feel the difference in yourself if you do it for 3 months. If you do it for 6 months, you're going to feel a big difference. If you continue doing it, you're going to feel yourself waking up. Okay? That is the way out of here. Was taught in every spiritual practice on this earth for all of time until bad people learned how to keep you from looking at it. Okay? And the bad people have been keeping you from looking at it for a very long time, so you're stuck here. And you can't leave because they tell you, don't look at that door. There's a dragon behind that door. Don't look at that door. Just looking at that door is going to make you bad. You need to stop doing that. Look over here. We'll give you anything you need. That's the Hotel California song from the 1970s, from what is that, 70, 80 years ago now. Okay? That song about Hotel California, where you can check in but you can never check out, is you coming here and getting stuck. You can go in to the place of debauchery where they'll give you everything you want. And we are all just prisoners here of our own device. That song by that band way back all the way a long time ago was about that, right? How many fallen angels roam around? All of us are the fallen angels, my friend. There is no fall to where you did something wrong to get here. Okay. Those stories were all metaphors. Even the oldest one that says that the Ajiji threw you down into human form, but you're the angels. That's what you're supposed to start realizing, my friend. Right? You're supposed to start realizing that you are that angel. So I am. I am immortal. I am an angel. I am that. Okay. And that's what you're supposed to realize. So you didn't do anything wrong to get here. You volunteered to get here. But the story was teaching us about the ego. Okay. So you have that somebody was jealous and then threw people down. So in the stories where they're trying to make you believe that you're not something from a higher plane, they tell you that you were part of the resistance. You listened to Satan and fought against God. Now it's a third dimensional construct where they think that they get in your mind there was a conventional war that went on between the angels and demons, and they were fallen angels, right? That's all of that is a metaphor that people made up to control you, to make you think that you're not the creator, to keep you separated. You're bad. You did wickedness. You're evil. And then Christianity follows in suit with that. I'm a sinner. You're a sinner. We're all sinners. Admit it. I'm not perfect. I'm a sinner. And they make you sound like you can never be anything but a sinner. You have to beg for God's forgiveness and worship him. Worship is a word that you tell slaves. Okay? You are ordained, you are to worship him. Be afraid of God because he will strike you down on the judgment day. I'm a minister. Okay? I know the training. Okay? And that's to keep you under their thumb and under their control. I would tell you how to get to heaven. You need to dedicate yourself to God. The only way you can do that is to come here every Sunday and give me money. I mean, come here every Sunday and I'll teach you what you need to know. It's about having a relationship with God. Do you know how to have relationships? No, you don't, because we're trying to have relationships, but I'm a sinner. You're a sinner. Come here and I'll teach you how to have a relationship. And the Bible that they teach you out of is teaching you how to have a relationship, how to be a good little Roman citizen, because they're teaching you out of the book of Romans, aren't they? Teaching you how to be a good little Roman citizen and showing you that by listening to authority and doing the right things and paying your taxes and doing what the authority figures tell you to do. And they say, look, Jesus said, give them the taxes because it's theirs. Okay? And they teach you to be a good little citizen and pay your taxes and shut up and get a job and keep coming back. And while you're here, by the way, put some money in that basket or swipe your card for us. There was no war in heaven. There was no fall of angels. Okay? You chose to do this to have an experience and you didn't fall. You moved yourself into this. You didn't do it out of guilt. You didn't do it out of any of that. However, the stories are there to teach you the dichotomy between that good and evil, between the ego and the conscience. Because when you come down here, you're going to have that problem. Even Jesus, when he was walking among us, had that problem because you're in a place of ego. That's why they say that this place is what, heaven or hell. There is no place you can go to that is heaven. There is no place that you can go to that is hell. You are either in heaven or hell right now, and your focus determines where you're at. Okay? So literally you have to realize that. Okay? And that's part of what they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know that. All your answers, everything you need to know is right inside of you. Everything you need to get out of here is inside of you. You just have to be looking in there and treating yourself right. Right? And that's what they want you to do. Be obedient. They want you to do that because they want you to obey. They want you to obey everything they tell you to do. Yeah. Right? Ask your spiritual questions. Thank you, Penny. Ask your spiritual questions, guys. Okay. So they want you. They're distracting you. They're desperate because they want your focus on their money, their power, they're in control. So they tell you that over and over all the time. And then and when they don't tell you that, they're still telling you that. They're telling you what to buy, when to buy it. And everybody on the fringes and the tables below the high table are all making money off of you. They're all feeding into it. So they have a commercial for you to buy stuff, buy our food, buy our clothing, and they pay money to the network who makes money off of that, and you're the product. And they charge people to have access to you because you watch them. Okay, so you don't know it, but you're being sold as a product. They're lining you up to watch their products, and these guys are paying them millions of dollars to put their product in front of your face so that you'll go out and buy their product. And they're keeping you asleep the entire time because the more you watch them, the more you watch the programs, the more you're on the TikTok or whatever algorithm you're playing with, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. The more you're doing that, you'll see the commercials that those companies paid to put in front of your face. And then they tell you what to think, when to go to sleep, when to wake up, what to buy, the whole nines. And they'll let you have whatever you want. Whatever you hit like on, they'll give you more of it. Okay. Hamster wheel. Yep, that's it. That's it, buddy. Hamster wheel. Absolutely, bro. So that's what they do. They do that to keep you distracted so you can't find your own way. You're supposed to find your own way and at some point look within yourself. Subconscious implants, they do that. They used to have subliminal messaging in movies, and people became aware of it because some of us have really good vision and we could see those and spot those things. And we're like, wait a minute, there was something there. So when they did that, some people sued, and in the United States, they had to take those out because they had those in movies. And what they would do is they would cut in a frame of popcorn and candy bars and cookies and sodas. And you'd be watching a movie and you'd sit there and you'd go, man, I could really use a soda right now, maybe some popcorn. And you didn't know it. They were brainwashing you to buy that stuff by just putting a couple images in there that you picked up on subconsciously. And then you would get up and go and buy popcorn and sodas and stuff. They were doing that in movies. They were doing that everywhere. Then they got caught and they had to change it. So then they have product placement where they take and they put products in front of your face. And then in the commercials, they don't give you a choice because they used to just hold it up and talk about it and people would ignore it and not see it. So now the people talk about it and they hold it up and then all of a sudden, guess what happens, right? It's right up in your face and you can't see anything but that. That they do that because they couldn't do it subliminally anymore. So now they're doing it so that you have to see it. So then it gets in your head and you start thinking about buying their products. So we do it too. I just did it. I just did it to everybody who was watching the video. I just held that up and stuck it in your face, right? So that's what they do. They do that on purpose because that's how they make money off of you because you're a product to them. And you get used to it and you just do it. You don't realize you're doing it because you're used to it. You see it all the time and you just don't think about it. And then they have a jingle in case you're not looking. You look away and start talking during the commercials. They have a jingle that gets in your head, right? You know the jingles. They get in your head and you get stuck with them in your head. And you laugh about it later and you start singing it back to somebody, right? End caps in grocery stores. Yeah, I was a retail manager for 15 years. Those are prime real estate, especially the ones right at the registers. The end caps you walk up to and the side caps as you're standing in line to get to the register. That's the best place. That's where they sell you everything that you want. That's why there's candy always there. In the United States, there's candy there because people will be standing there with their kids, and the kids will want it, and the parents will be like, "Fine, geez, just be quiet, okay? I'll get you one." Works, right? It works. When I was in retail, I was working with a company at the time, Nestle. Owned all of the Wonka candy, and I didn't know about it, right? And I grew up watching the Willy Wonka and all those movies, right? And they're still out there, right? They got new ones, like Johnny Depp made one, and I grew up with that, and I didn't know that the candy was a thing. I really didn't know that, right? I'm an American. I didn't know that, and the company Nestle was in my store, and at the time, the company that I was working for, as the store manager, I was able to buy my own products, right? They don't do that anymore. They don't trust them. They just put everything's on auto replenish now. You sell one, you get one. You sell one, you get one. Now it becomes very important to have the right inventory so that you have the right product. And so now your job is to manage whether or not something is saying it's in the computer when there's nothing on the shelf. Then you got to go over and mark that out of stock so it'll order some more. But I was able to go and take a look at things and buy things. So the vendors would talk to us and ask us if we wanted to buy stuff. And one of the vendors from Nestle came in, and we had Nestle candy. And they said, have you looked at our products to see if there's anything else that you want to buy? And I said, no, what else do you guys have? I would love to see what you have. What is there something that I don't have that is a really big seller for you? And the guy was going through and talking about that stuff. And as he was talking about different things, we were talking about different candies. And then all of a sudden on the screen, he's flipping and it says Wonka. I said, wait a minute, is that like Wonka candies? And he goes, yeah. And I said, you mean like Willy Wonka, like all the stuff that was in the movies? And he goes, no, yeah, that's real. We have that. I was like, wait a minute, you have that? Let me see that. And they had all this stuff that was in the movie, and I want that. And he was like, do you? I'm like, yes, I want a lot of it. I want that stuff. That thing's still big in the United States. People still watch that. Everyone knows about that thing. Kids watch it. I want a whole bunch of that. I made an end cap with that on a Friday. I put it all out on an end cap and I went home. When I came back on the Sunday, because I was off on Saturday, I came back on Sunday, there was nothing left of it. I called the vendor and said, I want 10 times what I bought from you. And they said, what? And I said, I sold everything that you brought me in less than 48 hours. And he was like, seriously? And I was like, seriously, I want 10 times the amount of everything that I bought, and I want it here as soon as you can get it here. And I put it in that end cap, took pictures of it, and I called my boss, the district manager, and said, come over here, you need to see this. And he came over, and I showed it to him and went back on the computer and showed him how much of it was blowing out. And he said, track it for me and let me know how much you sell in the next week. And I did. That ended up in every single store in the company after that. Okay. So end caps are valuable because people see them, and the ones that are there by the register are valuable. I used to take things and I would have poles that would give power to the registers, and I would wrap things on the poles, right? So people would see that while they were there. They do that with balloons and stuff in a lot of places now. I would wrap stuffed animals on there so kids would see them and adults would see them. And then I would take all those little teeny things that make noise that everyone hates and the cashiers hate, that people would pick up and play with, or you bang something and it makes noise, and I'd line those up on the register in boxes so people would stand up and they'd grab something, those squishy balls, and they'd go, this is cool, I'll take this too. And I did that in all my stores, every store that I was in, and I made a ton of profit because I would take things and put it product placement in front of people and put it in places that I was like, why are we not utilizing this space? And I would utilize that space. Everything that you can imagine where people could see it, standing with children, the whole nines. And people have a stressful day, they're coming through your thing, and all of a sudden they can pick up something that can help them with their stress. They're going to go, this is cool. And then they end up buying it. So you just have to understand the way people think, and then you can put product in a place where they can find you. If you find the right product for the right people at the right time, you can make a lot of money off of it. Okay, so you have to look at that stuff, right? So let me start looking. I'm sorry, I was not paying attention to the chat because I was talking, right? Subconscious implants, yep. End caps, grocery stores, absolutely, right? That's what they call the mass consumers. Yes, absolutely. We would call that mass hysteria when we would create something, like when they make a limited amount of something and you're waiting for it to come out, and they go, Grogu, and then everybody wanted a Grogu, and you limit the amount of Grogus that are come out there, and everybody will buy them and sell them for a lot more money. And then you get people wanting them, and then you come out with a second wave and you make it even bigger by doing that. That's a controlled burn in mass hysteria. We used to call it that in America anyway. I wish they would bring back the Wonka bar. Yeah, right. That was some good stuff, Natalie. I don't know what country you're in, but I don't know who owns it anymore. I don't think Nestle still owns it. You'd have to look it up. If Nestle owns it, you can go on their website and order the stuff and they'll send it to you. But you have to look up who owns them now. I think they sold that to somebody. But you can look. I would love to as well. I love that stuff, right? I would love to get some more Wonka stuff. I just haven't looked at who owns it yet to figure out who still owns it, right? So what is that? Does stim fapping to really let demons in and give your aura holes? I'm not sure what you're saying with that. Stim fapping? I don't know what that means. I'm not sure. Is that a typo? I don't know what that means. What is stim fapping? Am I reading that wrong? STIMFAPPING, stim fapping. To corn, really let demons in. Not quite sure about that. Demons cannot they cannot get into your body unless you let them. Energy vampires can take your aura. They can take your aura just by being in your presence. It happens to you all the time. You just aren't aware of it. That's part of the defense against the dark arts that we teach right here. Okay. So if you guys are interested in that, right? Thank you for that. Who just hit me with that, right? BR Snippa. Love that. Thank you for that. That's why we teach defense against the dark arts. That's part of the dark arts that we teach you is how to defend, how to recognize a narcissist, an energy vampire, and how to stop them from doing that to you. It's not just demons that do it; it's people, just like you and me, brother. There's somebody in your life that you know of that you go, I don't want to go and see that guy or that woman or my mom or my grandma or my uncle. I hate that person because every time I love that person, but every time we go over there, that person is always down and talk about negative crap and blah, blah. But by the time we leave, we are now, man, holy crap. And they're like, hey, how you do? Glad you came. Come back later. And it happens every time. The reason for that is they're an energy vampire. And when you get there, they're low energy because they've spent all theirs and everyone else's. And then they're taking your aura and they're adding it to their own and they're full of energy and they're high on your energy. And they've raped your aura right off your body and you're unaware of it. They just need to be within proximity of you. And then they do that. Okay. So thank you for that heart. I like that BR Snipper. Snipper. Hi. Welcome in. So that is who takes your aura, and they do it all the time. You just have to be aware of it. And you can stop them from doing it. The first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence, right? Are they NPCs? There are no NPC humans. There are no humans walking around without a soul. There are, though, however, a few grays walking around that don't have a soul. There's at least two species that are known to you guys here on this earth that are drones. One of which is being controlled by other people, right? And the other one is a robot, a bio robot. They don't have a soul. But there are not currently any humans walking around that you think is an NPC. People that are NPCs, that the term that you're using as a non-player character, are just people that are asleep. However, the powers that should not be want you convinced that they're a non-player character, so you guys start unaliving them. Because that's what they need. They need civil unrest. They need you guys to go start going cuckoo, cuckoo, and start unaliving each other. So those of you who are asleep, you're going to start turning on each other. And then at some point, they're going to turn in your mind's eye. And people like me, they're going to tell you that I'm an NPC because they need to program you to unalive me so they can keep in control of you and everybody else here. Okay. So there is no such thing as a non-player character in this matrix because this is not a computer game. Okay. Everyone has a soul. You, me, the cat, the dog, the plant, the fish, that wall behind me has a spirit. Okay. So you have to realize that. But people are using the term NPC, you know, that's a non-player character. That's an NPC. We used to call them zombies, but we stopped doing that as well because people were saying, you know, those movies of zombies attacking, you have to unalive zombies. So those of us in the industry were like, well, we can't do that because people are going to start doing that. And they're going to go, it's okay. I got rid of that one. He's just a zombie. Now it's evolved into non-player character 20 years after it was a zombie, right? They're just people that are very low by vibration. They're very third dimensional, but that doesn't mean that they're fake. They're not faking anymore. That's what all these people are saying now. I know that. Yes, I'm aware of that. That needs to change. But they're saying they're not even real. They're programming you with video games, and you play like Fortnite where you don't know which one of them that you're playing against, whether it's a non-player character or a human playing the part, right? Until you watch them move, and then you know the difference. It did the same thing with World of Warcraft. You're in there. In World of Warcraft, you mostly know who the non-player characters are because they're all the extras that are in there. They're not actually identical to the people that you're fighting. But in Fortnite, they're training you so that you go NPC, regular person, by the way they move. And so when people are very 3D, they're going to look like NPCs to you in real life. And then they're teaching you that vernacular, that computer vernacular, because they want to turn that into violence on humans. That's what they're trying to do. They need to lower the population of this planet because they don't have control of it anymore. And they're desperate to do that. They can't wait to get a third world war starting, right? So who's the ones who glitch? No one actually glitches in real life. You just think they do because you're getting more and more computer programming where you're watching television. And because of that, there's so many signals going around that the signals are disrupting a signal that you're watching. And you go, look at that, they're an alien. Or you're going, that's an NPC. There is no computer human. There, people are like, oh no, they have robots now. They have like these bio robots they're AI. No, they don't. No, they don't. They have humans that act like that, that pretend they're AI and they film it, and it's a human pretending it's a bio robot when it's not. They do have stand up bio robots that will talk to you, but they look like a doll. They're so obviously not humanoid. They're trying to make it look as flawless as they can possibly do. Okay. So you have to learn, right? Rocco says, who are the bad ones? There's 14% of the population of this earth who are self-serving. The bad ones are people who are in service to self, narcissists, people that is evil. Okay. Self-serving people are evil. You need to realize how cut and dry that is. Some of your family members and friends, and maybe you, some of your family members and friends are narcissistic. They are self-serving. That is evil in the universe. The other type of person is someone who is in service to others, someone who loves themselves and loves this place, loves nature, loves others, and wants to help people. Okay? That's all there is. There's no one in between. There's no neutral. Neutral in between is a liar who's self-serving. Okay? Self-serving people pretend they're not until they spring a trap on you. So they have to make you think that they're in service to others so that you follow them and they gain control of you. Okay? Can you get your follow? Just want to talk to you. I'm not sure what you're saying there. Are you asking, do you follow me? Yeah, I will follow you back. And if you're interested in having a conversation, you can email us right here at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. You see it twice on your screen. merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Put your handle. So when your email comes in, say, I am, BR Snippa. Put that in there so we know who you are. And if you want to have a conversation, you can book us for a conversation. Okay. Because we teach this. That's what we do. That's why I have put this up on the screen before, right? We teach this stuff. Okay. You can look at our email. You can send us stuff. There's our email. It's up on the screen again. Okay. We teach everything that you can imagine. The life coaching, spiritual life coaching, Reiki. There's Reiki healing. We do medium work. We do tarot reads. We have courses that we teach. Right? We can teach you everything you want to know, including Reiki courses. Is what we do. I have a book. You can read about it here. In this book, there's a link in the bio to my book. You can, if you don't want to do any of that, you can go to Orion Rising by me, Leonard O'Neill. It's a podcast that's out there everywhere you listen to an MP3 podcast. It's free. You can listen to it, and there's 560 or 561 episodes out there. You can listen to those and get all this information that I've been talking about since 2016. You can get all that information there for free. Okay. So you need the courses. Yeah, send an email, my friend. Poppy, send an email to merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. And if you don't know what all the courses are, you can say, hey, listen, this is me. I'm Poppy from there. Please send me all the information for all your courses. And we'll send like all of this stuff that I just waved in front of your face real fast. We'll send you an email with all that information so that you can decide what you want to do. This, I tell everybody the first thing you should probably learn is the defense against the dark arts. Okay. Because if you learn how to do that stuff, then you can take care of yourself at least to keep people from messing around, right? Someone who is not awake meditates and is on their best behavior during their moon phase awakens. Yes. So yes, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. If you just do that portion, you will start waking up. I'll give you that right there. That's in my book. I tell you that. It's online. If you look that stuff up online, Christ Oil Within, watch the videos. No matter what you do, if you just plot when that Christ oil is happening in your body, and you eat you don't eat of the tree of life. You don't have sex. You don't have, no sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Well, rock and roll is okay, but no sex, no drugs, at least nothing that is going to lower your vibration. Things that will raise your vibration is a little bit different, but you'll have to learn that, which is what no eating of the tree of life. So you take care of yourself and meditate just for that 3 days. That's going to change and it's going to raise your vibration. But if you're self-serving all the rest of the time, it's just gonna nothing's really gonna happen because all that self-serving crap that you do when you don't do that once a month 3-day thing is you're just gonna pull yourself back down anyways. But if you're in service to others, even if you don't believe in spirituality, even if you don't believe in God, even if you don't believe in any of that stuff, even if you don't believe in most of what I say, just doing that alone is going to help you to wake up. That's the path. Yeah. Okay. I'm awake, big awakening last winter. Way to go, brother. So if you want to further that and learn more, that's what we're here to do. Okay. I don't know how awake you are. I don't know if you remember your higher self. I don't know if you remember your name. I don't know if you remember where you're from, right? If you remember all that, we definitely need to talk. Even if you think that you're ready to remember all that, it might be something that we might want to do. Okay. Do we go through every lifetime with the same souls? Yes, you do. Yeah, your people that are around you, your family, your mom, dad, brother, sister, cousins, grandma, grandpa, they're you guys sign on as a family unit. Everybody's usually between 4 and 8 people that are around you all the time. And then you could have an extended family like Penny and I, and my wife Brooke and Peter, who's not here, and a few others, Reese, who may or may not pop in. There's a big group of us that also have stayed together. So we're not always family members, but we're always in different places of the world doing different things so that we can find each other. When the world was smaller, we would be born in the same clans. Okay. Now that the world's bigger, we can move out to different places and still find each other because we have the internet, right? So in a time like this, we were able to affect different areas of the world at different times because we were doing that. But 10,000 years ago, we'd have all been in the same clan, right? There was a time, Penny will tell you this, there was a time when we were all dogs, we were wolves. Penny remembers running on all fours. So do I, right? I still sniff, I still smell everything. You hand me something, and I'm going to go, I still do that. I haven't been a dog in a long, 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 long time, but I still have those instincts to go and smell things, right? So, right? Yeah. So, yeah. And we have met up in many lifetimes. Yeah. We stay around one another and we're because we came here to help you guys. So because of that, we've been effectively, we've been trying to help you in every way that we can in every lifetime, depending on the technology level of the people at the time. So in some places, we were just trying to change or make history and change people and do something to leave it behind so that people remember that, right? So I know, right? And some of us just love smelling stuff, right? Isn't that weird? We're funny that way. That's funny. Wise Sage, I haven't seen you for a minute. Welcome back. It's been a minute since probably because I was on Leonard O'Neill, right? It took you probably a minute to realize that I was over here doing Merlin and Maeve now instead of being over there all the time. Or you just were either mad at me or not around, right? You got life too. Okay, so Pappy, I think it's Pappy, right? I was saying Poppy, Pappy. No, you just saw me, right? Oh, okay. See, so yeah, you lost me when I was because I was on Leonard O'Neill, and then I decided we need to start doing it on our company profile. So I've been going live here now for the last couple of months, and you just found me. That's funny, right? Sorry about that. I should have went over there and did a live and said everybody get over here, or I should have been maybe saying it like I'm saying now, and then cut that out and put it on all the platforms to come over here. Right. So let's see. I've been ready. I'm some kind of divine being, where most of us are, right? I was in a covert CIA program. So was I. Gate program. So was I, my friend. They wanted me to defend the star, defend the frontier against the Star League. What is it? Welcome to the Star League. Your job is to defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada. I was 11 years old, Pap. I was 11 years old and they came to my school and told me I was one of the lucky ones and I get to go to the Winnebago and put on the headset and go through all the stuff, right? You went through that. If you know what you said, gate programs, you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, I had the same thing happen and they offered me a job at 11 and I told them no. And they tried to keep coming after me until I was 27. And then little did they know that I used different names than this one. And I actually went to work for them anyways. I worked for the United States government. I worked for the Department of Navy with a different name that I have now, and they didn't know who I was. I also worked for the English government with a different name, and I worked for the Irish government with yet a different name. I had two names for the Irish government, and I worked for all those people. And the whole time when I was doing that, I was learning people around the world and making contact with people in other governments who would have been my counterpart, and we were setting up those who are kindred spirits and set in service to others. and setting up coalitions around the world to help actuate what we have going on now. And I'm not afraid of saying that anymore because they've tried to unalive me quite a few times and they can't do it anymore. So I'm not afraid to say it. Right. And then people will go, you can't prove that. You're absolutely right. Thank the gods. But I had a hard time proving that I was actually a human at all to get a passport because there was this name was not one that they wanted to give a passport to. Not because I had something against me. Right. But because the name that I'm using now is a pen name. It's not the name that I was born with. And so I had to get my birth certificate, and that was hard to get because I didn't have any identification showing that I was that person. So luckily, I still had family members that were alive. So yes, I did. I did work for the IRA. I did do that. I was working for Sinn Féin. I was in the IRA, working for Sinn Féin in the 1990s, while I was also working for the Department of the Navy and in the RAF at the same time. And working with them. You'd be surprised how if you're on the inside, you can do some cuckoo shit and they don't notice who you are as long as people don't see you who know you as someone else. And sometimes even when they do, they're afraid to say something because they know you as somebody else and they don't want to blow your cover because they're afraid they're going to get in trouble. So they just leave you alone. You know what I mean? They just look at you and go, yeah, I'm not going to go talk to that guy, right? I worked for the light. B personally, I'm under the consistent. Yeah, you are. I am too. Because if you did work for them in any way, it's almost impossible to stop unless you do like a 20 and back. If you did like a 20 and back, then you can be back in who you are, but they're still going to keep an eye on you, right? Because you have abilities, right? We have these abilities that we're not supposed to have, right? So yeah, what's the name of the book again? Here, let me hold it up for you, brother. Right? It's the reality about reality, returning to the old ways by me, Leonard O'Neill. There's a link in the bio from, if you go to Merlin and Maeve, look in the bio, there's a link there that'll take you to Amazon so you can get it. You just have to have it sent to you wherever you're at. I see I was never, I worked with them, but I wasn't working for them, but they wanted me to. I was 11, right? I went and did that in the Winnebago, and there was a bunch of other people that were also the lucky ones. And I went through all of the stuff in the Winnebago and then went back to school. And the next day there was a knock on the door again. And this time, instead of having a woman in a lab coat with a clipboard, there were Air Force officers with a clipboard. And they escorted me to the principal's office. And when I got there, the principal and everybody were sitting over here looking at me kind of scared. And there were people guarding the principal's office door, military personnel. And they went over and opened the door. And when they opened the door and I walked in, there was generals and colonels and my father sitting in the room, and they were offering me a job. My father was a World War II vet as well. He was in the Army, and he was on the Aleutian chain. He was up there on the Aleutian chain on that little teeny island that we still own called Attu. That's where my father was. And all of my uncles were in the military as well in the Second World War. One was in Germany, paratrooping. That was my mom's brother. And then my two uncles from my father's side were both merchant marines in different places, shipping stuff around to everybody in the Second World War. So my whole family was military, bro. Yeah. And I'll bet you lived near a military base, right? If not on one. You were the perfect specimen for the GATE program. We were good little soldiers, weren't we? They wanted us from an early age. I didn't work for them, but I ended up working like a buddy of mine. His family was also military, and his father was the general in charge of a military base. He was in the Navy, in charge of a naval weapons station, and his mother was the safety officer on that military base. And he ended up working for them, moving ordnance. He was a contractor. And he ended up over in Iraq and Afghanistan and all of that as a private contractor working for the Department of Navy. And I was also a private contractor working for the Department of the Navy, right? So yeah, my uncle was unalived in a tank in World War II at 19 years old. That would happen. That was pretty bad. Right, you have to realize that they all of that too. Look at World War I and look at World War II and find out how those things got started. World War I started because one monarch, one cousin, tried to assassinate his cousin, and World War II was an extension of who was going to control the world. It was still the same cousins fighting. Every war that's ever been fought has been an orchestration by the families who think they own this planet, and they're either thinning out the herd, or one is wanting power from the other one, and they don't like that, cousin whatever his name is supposed to step down and let me run the world, and he's not doing it. So I'm going to have to unalive him and take it. And then they just take their slaves and go after his slaves, and and it works out. And some of the grandpa sometimes is the one getting them pitted against each other so they can lower the population because they're not smart enough to keep the slaves under their control. Because what happens is they start waking up, and then they start going, you guys just need to wake up, right? Just here, let me show you how you can wake up, and you're going to look at them completely different. And then they hunt people like us. But some of us hunt them back because it's our job and we're better than them, because that's what I come here to do. I am like the universe's greatest tactician, and I have 4 of the greatest tacticians you have ever imagined. Sun Tzu, I told him what to write. Okay? Sun Tzu wrote that because he knew me, because he was me. Okay? You need to realize that. And people, when they talk to me, they find that out. When I was a kid, I impressed those people because they had computer programs that were simulations. Okay? And when they were testing me further at a different time, when they were testing me, then you're sitting down and they're testing your skills. And I had a scenario that some of you might be aware of. I had a scenario that was a race for a city in the middle of a desert. Sound familiar? And the race for the city was, you had to get there and defend the city. So you had to get there before the Chinese got there, and you had to defend the city. Okay, and it was basically the Kobayashi Maru. If you guys know the Star Trek words, it was basically the Kobayashi Maru. You were not supposed to be able to win that. It was just a matter of what you did so they could see how good you were at sacrificing your troops and yourself to hold on to something long enough in a simulation. And I actually beat the simulation. You weren't supposed to be able to do that, but I actually beat it. It wasn't because I cheated. I beat it because I understood that it was a simulation, but I also understood what I was up against. So I changed. Instead of doing what they would normally do in their way of fighting, which would just get you to lose, I decided that I could win if I just outsmarted my opponent. I know who my opponent is. I know how they're going to attack. I know where they're going to come from me, and all the parameters of where they could be coming. So I just made sure that all of that was taken a look at, and I prepared for all of it. And then I did a few things that most people would never think to do, like drop smoke on your own location. No one wants to do that. You want to drop smoke on their location so they can't see you and they can't find you. I did both. I dropped smoke on their location knowing they were going to get past that place, and then drop smoke on mine. So when they got through their smoke, they would see the smoke and didn't know where we were in the city. And because of that, our small numbers, they did it in history. Arthur did it. If you know history and combat, you can know these things. Like General Patton back in the 1930s and 40s, he knew all of these battles from all over the world, and because of that, you can actually use that to your advantage. That's why they teach you that when you go to their schools, like Annapolis. You go to their schools and they teach you these different battle tactics so that you can then think about those things and use them. So I had already knew at that time all these different battle tactics that I had learned because I'm a tactician. I'm supposed to know that stuff. As soon as you get here, if you're going to get to a place, you got to go Zulu, right? So I went native and I learned that stuff. So by the time I was 18 years of age in this physical body, I already knew like every battle tactic that you've ever heard of, that you've ever seen on this planet, because I made sure that as a kid I learned them all. So by the time I was on that simulator, I just went, this is not actually that difficult. It's just a matter of can I outlast an army that has us outnumbered 400 to 1? I can make them pay over and over and over and over and over as they come in, and annihilate them as hard as I can, and keep doing that over and over and over and over and over. Keep everybody under control and keep the supply chain coming, and I did that. And all of a sudden, they stopped attacking because the computer was only programmed to have like 1 million people attack or something. Right? Yeah. Okay. So you can see, right? You can see that stuff. You can see the vampires. You can watch them. You can see them, right? If you're clairvoyant, you can see that stuff. You have the sight, you can see that. I can look in a person's eyes and I can see them. I can listen to their words and I can see them. That's a good quality to have, right? What if you're a parent? If you're a parent and you have children, the best thing you can do is wake yourself up and try to be the best example for your children to keep them back on the track of not being self-serving so that they will have a chance and teach them the things that they need to know so that when they grow up they'll have a chance to stop this machine from running them over, right? How much do you tell them? As much as they can handle, they'll ask you questions. It's like what I do with you guys. Okay. This is what I do with everybody that's on the earth. I read the room. You start telling them that things aren't exactly that way. You don't have to tell them that with conspiracy theories. You just point out to them, like when somebody does something that's self-serving, you go, do you see that person and what they did? Learning tools. What that person did was wrong. Do you understand why it was wrong? And they go, no, let me explain why that's wrong. Because doing things like that to other people is not something that good people do. Only bad people do those things. You start out with simple stories for simple children and then listen to them and answer their questions. If they ask you a question, give them as much of that answer as you think is possible without, because you're going to find that you'll have a kid who's 4 or 6 and they're going to ask you a 35-year-old question. If that kid asks a question that a 35-year-old can know, see how much that kid is awake, because you have to realize where they are, because you might have a child that is ready for more answers. If someone asks you a question, they're ready for the answer because they're wondering it. So you also instill in them, be careful what you ask, because if you ask me a question, I'm going to give you the answer to it. So once they hear that for the first time and you say something and they go, well, I didn't want to know that, then you go, okay, so be careful what you ask then, because I'm going to answer you. Okay. So I'm not trying to scare you. And that's, you have to keep reassuring them, because when they're little, they need the reassurance. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to prepare you, because when you get out here in the world, there are bad people. Not everyone, but there is a small group of people that are bad. Okay. And what if it's their dad? That's when it sucks. Then here's the fine line with that. Let me give you some parenting advice. So many people tell me I should write a book about it. The fine line with that is, at some point, if you're back and forth, if you're still with dad, it's going to be harder. If you're not with dad, you can show them, if you have custody, you can show them when they're with you, you be you. Don't talk bad about their father to them ever. No matter how bad that person is, you can't, because bad people are going to preface you. They're going to say, and your mom is going to talk shit about me. So when they come back, dad's going to go, I told you. See, it's not me, it's her. So you have to not defend that really hard. You have to allow them to figure it out on their own. Okay. Because unfortunately, if you're in that situation, then you have to have that balance. Right. But if you're still under the same roof, you have to do the same thing, and you can do it with looks, right? You can figure out which one's acting like him and which one's not, however many kids you have. Be you and be what you're doing. And at some point, you're going to have to make decisions about your life too. Okay. If that person is self-serving, at some point, you're going to have to take care of you and your children. So at some point, you're going to say enough is enough, and you're going to decide to change that. If you can't do that right now, you need to start looking at, what do I need to do that? If you can't convince that person to stop being that way, you're going to have to separate at some point. That's the crappy part about waking up. If you're with the wrong person and then you don't know it until you start waking up, it really sucks. If you've already gotten rid of that person, I had a wife. I had 2 wives before I met Brooke, and I was looking for Brooke the entire time. Okay. But I didn't think I was going to find her. I didn't know what happened in this life, and I didn't know why I wasn't finding her. So I got together with these women who were trying to be her. The first one got mad at me because I have this job and I wouldn't stop to smell the roses. So because of me having this mission to help the world, she got mad at me and tried to convince me to stop trying to help you guys. And I said no. So she said, that's it, I'm gone. The second one did the same thing. But she didn't try to force me. She said, I know you're here to be on a mission, and I can't have that in my life. Call me selfish if you want, but I can't not have you. And I know that you're going to pick the world over me. And I said, it doesn't have to be that way. You just have to share me with the world because I'm going to be spending time with them, trying to help them. And she said, I might be self-serving, but I can't do that. So therefore, we can't be together in this life. And I said, then you have a choice to make because I'm not going to. You either walk this life with me or you don't. And she divorced me because of it. So I had two wives who tried to stop me from doing this to help you. And I said, I'm not going to waver from who I am. Then I finally met Brooke, and Brooke is doing exactly what I'm doing. She's the opposite of me. She's the feminine, not the opposite. It's the feminine version of me, right? So we're now walking together and doing this together. She went in to take a nap, right? And just now, or she'd be here, you'd be hearing from her because she'd be talking too. She'll sit over here and start talking. She'll watch it on her phone, and then when I'm saying stuff, she'd end up getting up and coming over and talking to you guys on camera, right? How do I learn to meditate? When you wait a minute, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. So we're still under the same roof. We had that right. He doesn't talk to me anymore, but he's still supporting us. Okay, then you start. You're already in that. That she was that way with her ex, where they were for like 8 years under the same roof and just kind of like in the same bed with a pillow wall, and you know what I mean. And they would just pass and living the separate lives like roommates. If you're in that place, then with the kids, the only thing that you can do, she started just doing that and teaching the kids things. And then he would go, don't listen to that. And she would just kind of look at the kids like, all right, when dad's not here. And if it keeps escalating from there, then you're going to have to look at being able to take care of yourself so you're not addicted to him. Okay. That's what she was like, that's it. I'm going to start, and she was working. And so she started going, I'm not going to let him spend all of my money. I'm going to start putting money away. And she started looking for me. There's got to be, where is he? And I was already going, she was over here in Australia and I was in America. So we were separated by 7,000 miles. I knew that I had to get to Australia and go to Sydney to try and find her. But I was doing this online, and she was doom scrolling on Facebook one day, and she was literally, I pop up looking like this. She goes, who's this guy? And she stops and puts play on the mute on the, because the speaker was turned off. She starts listening to what I was saying. I'm talking like this. And she just kept listening to me. And she was like, wow, there's something about this guy's voice that I'm drawn to. And then she was like, there's something about his eyes. And she started watching me and then listening to my podcast, and I was unaware of it. And then she started talking to me in the chat one day when I was live, and I saw her name and I started talking to her. And then then off of the show, we started chatting in a chat room that I had put up, and I started getting curious because she started resonating with me in a way where I was like, wow, okay. It wasn't until I saw her, when I saw her face, I didn't see her until I was on a conference call with one of the girls that's in the coalition. And she said, have you met this girl, Brooke, yet? I said, yeah, we talk. We're friends. We talk on Messenger all the time. She said, I love her. I'm going to bring her into the conversation. Is that okay? Sure. Brought her into the conversation. As soon as I saw her, I knew who she was. She didn't remember me because she wasn't all the way awake. So I had to wait for her to organically wake up. And then, now we're married. So you have to look at your life and just start working with your kids. You got to start working with him. He has to respect that. If he doesn't respect that, then you need to remove yourself and your kids from the situation so that they have a choice, so that they can hear you, right? So you need to start talking to them about all the different things. You don't have to say dad this or dad that. Just start showing them the difference between good and evil. Show them the difference between narcissists who are in self-serving and people who are in service to others, right? Because otherwise your kids are going to try and emulate you. So whoever it is that's closest to dad is going to try and emulate dad. And if dad is self-serving, that child will end up being self-serving if you don't show them the opposite. Okay. So you need to start showing them the opposite. And that way they can choose between those, because they're going to become one or both of you, because that's what we do, right? We imprint from our parents. So you got to start teaching them that. If he gets mad at you, you go, hey, well, I don't tell you what you can and can't do when it comes to that. Just, well, I don't believe in that mumbo jumbo. That happens a lot, right? That happened with Brooke, and her ex still does. her ex told the children they couldn't be in the same room with me or even look at me on the phone because he didn't want them for me to talk to them like this. Okay. He even said that before they could be come over. We're going through arbitration because of that, right? He would say, "I don't want you peddling your bullshit." Those were his words to my kids. I'm like, I'm not going to peddle any bullshit to your kids. First, let's talk about what that bullshit is that you think, because I'm not sure what bullshit means. And he's, I don't want you teaching them your spirituality. I'm not teaching them any spiritual. I don't teach people spirituality. I just tell them about it. People learn their own spirituality. So I'm not going to teach your kids anything at all. Your kids, if they ask me questions, I'm going to answer them, but I'm not trying to make them a religion. I am a minister, but I don't sell a religion. Spirituality, right? Religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. It's not my job. I'm not your God, right? So, so that's what I was up against, right? So we're going through mediation now where he has no choice because now the courts aren't going to look at me and go, wait, you're a Christian minister and he doesn't agree with that? They're not going to go, well, then we got to make sure the kids can't have anything to do with you, because I'm in a country where religion is something that you can have. And it's a European style country under the rule of the UK, which means they're mostly Christian. Okay. Okay. So how do I meditate? Let's get to that, right? How do I meditate? How do you learn to meditate? You learn to meditate by looking within. You're already doing it. You just don't know that you're doing it, my friend. What you're trying to achieve with the meditation, I can also teach that. What you're trying to achieve with the meditation is moving your consciousness to the place where your ego and your conscience and your thinking mind isn't as loud, where you're quieting the mind. Okay. You do that all the time. You just don't know that you're doing it. You do it when you see a sunset, or when you see the Grand Canyon or the Niagara Falls or something where you go, wow, and you just stop and you're just sitting there staring at it. In that moment, think back to the times you've done it. You're not thinking. There is no ego. There is no conscience. You're just going, wow. That is a meditative state, my friend. That is the place where you're trying to get to when you meditate. Okay. There are things that you can do to do that. And that's where we teach you these breathing techniques to calm your body, slow your body down so it releases stress, so that the stressors aren't getting to the ego and the conscience, right? That's why they tell you sit in the lotus position and hold your fingers in the right. Those are mantras, right? Mantras to get the energy flowing through your body a proper way, right? So we teach a course on that if you're interested in that. But you don't have to have that. You can look that up online. And there's people online that'll teach it to you for free. Okay. But if you want one-on-one training, we'll actually teach that. Just email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. We can teach you that. Okay, so hold on. Let me go back and see what you guys were talking about here, right? I've stayed at home with them, 19 years old and 15 years old. You just got to keep doing what you're doing. Be the example, right? Be the adult. And if he's acting like the adult as well, then, allow that. But just be who you are. The only thing you can do with children is to give them tools and kick them back into play anyway. They're individuals. Just make sure that they understand love and they understand what that means and all that stuff. Peter, welcome, brother. I didn't see you pop in. I hope you're having a good day, right? Do you think fighting as an identity of the spirit is incorrect? Do you think fighting, all fighting is incorrect? Fighting is the wheelhouse of negative energy. They want you to fight them. Passive aggressiveness, you can be passive and defend yourself. So if you're defending, it's okay. Okay. Thank you, Peter. Peter's been under the weather and he's been fighting off some stuff. And Brooke and I are both Reiki master teachers. And he sent us a couple messages, and I realized that he had like bronchitis that he's been fighting off for a while. And I was like, oh, my friend, we got to send you some Reiki energy. So my wife and I both sent some really good healing to him, and that's helping him to improve his health. Thank you, Peter, for saying that. I love you. My wife loves you. We're making sure that you're not going anywhere. You're stuck here with us. You're going to be here for a while. So it's not wrong to defend yourself, Wise Sage, but to go on the aggressive, to be the aggressor, is the wrong choice. Okay. So what is this? Hold on, I'm going to put that down so I can read what Pappy says, right? Gang stalking is what is that, dated thousands of years from the Bible? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that gang stalking is a dated thousands of years from the Bible? Yeah, right. I mean, you have to look at different things that are going on. Names unnecessary. Love that. You're welcome. It's what I'm here to do. Right. I'm here to help. I am a minister, so don't think that I'm coming from a weird place. I have 4 religious titles, 5 spiritual titles. Okay. And that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to help in every way that I can. Right. So Gary, you're also welcome. Right. um, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to try and get you guys to realize it's not as difficult as we think it is, right? It's not new, right? It's not just the government, right, and community. That's the truth of it. It's not. It's beyond that. 14% of the population of this earth, the souls that are in in those bodies are narcissists. They're evil. 14%. 86% is in service to others. They're good people. Of the 14%, they're all going to be evil in some little way, all the way up to the 1% who believe they own everything, you, me, and everything. Okay. But there's also dark spirits. You have to realize that there's people that are no longer in physical form that haven't crossed over, that are, haunting places or roaming about on both sides, that are good and that are evil. So you have to be aware of that stuff too. That's why we teach defense against the dark arts, so that we can teach you all the different things that could be attacking you in the dark ways, from being in bodies, out of bodies, demons, the whole nines, to people that are just narcissists, gaslighting you, politicians, corporations, the whole nines, so that you're aware of it. And then here's how you fix it. Here's how you keep yourself from having those problems. So we tell everybody the first thing you should learn is the defense against the dark arts, always. If you're going to be any kind of light worker, you need to know that. That should be taught in schools, should be taught for children. By the time you're 10, you should know all that. But they don't let you teach it anymore. You have to, if you know it, you can teach it to your kids. Okay. So if you know it, you can teach it to your kids, your family, your friends, everybody you know, anybody that will listen to you. And if you have children, you can explain it to them at that point. As they start getting a little bit older, you can say to them, hey, listen, here's the deal. Some people are good and some people are bad, right? You have to become aware of that. You already teach them that. Don't talk to strangers because some of them are bad. So then what you can do is teach them and once you know how to identify by learning it yourself, you can then tell your kids, here's how you identify that. If you're not sure, always defer to they might be evil until you are safe. That's what you tell your kids anyway. Don't talk to anybody. Only go and talk to somebody that you know. And even that, 9 times out of 10 is right. But that one time, you tell them that, and it's somebody that they know that's doing harm to them, right? Multi-dimensional beings. That's right. It's not just in third dimension either. That's the part of the temporal war that people don't know. You look up the word temporal war, temporal war. Oh, that means time, past, present, and future. It doesn't just mean past, present, and future. It also means third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension, but it also means the same dimensionality in 3D and the different realities in 3D, the other timelines, because there are other timelines out there that are side by side, on top of, and around. And then you have 4D, 5D, and 6D. So it's actually a lot more than you think, right? It's a lot different than you think. You don't know exactly how far that goes out. And they don't want you to know that, because they don't want you to expand your consciousness to, they would rather you go, okay, aliens, than to go past, present, future. And then they definitely don't want you to go, wait a minute, dimensionality, third, fourth, fifth? Wait, multi-universe, like reality, like different ones that are the same but different? They don't want you doing that. That's expanding your consciousness now. They don't want you thinking about that. They want you stuck in 3D, right? Yeah, and you can physically interact with that stuff right here in good old 3D, a lot of it. You don't realize it. Mandela effect. If you know what the Mandela effect is, you're experiencing it. People around you are experiencing it. They're experiencing different realities merged into this one. Right? Did the Monopoly guy have a monocle? Do you remember that? Or no monocle? If you remember the Monopoly guy having a monocle, You were not in the reality that you're currently in at one time in your existence. You just don't realize it. Do you remember Pikachu having a black edge of the tail or just a yellow one? Do you remember the black one? They'll tell you that never happened, but you remember it. Why? And how do I know this? Here's the thing, right? If you're just making it up and remembering it wrong, how can tell you these things? How come I know it? Right? Yeah, I'm no longer stuck. Is why I'm being hounded by the whole city. Yeah, you have to get to a place where you realize you can just flick them into their baby poop. And once you do that, you're not afraid of them anymore because they have no power over you because you don't give them any. Right? He absolutely had a monocle. Absolutely he did, but not in this reality. In the reality that you're currently in, you will not find that. You'll find people who painted it, but when you ask the company, they'll say never, ever, ever did he have a black tail. Okay. But he did in a different reality, and we were in it. Okay, what about, let's say, the cornucopia, right? Fruit of the loom. Did it have the loom, the cornucopia behind it, or not? Do you remember that? Or was it just always the fruit? Okay. Some of you have the memory of the, yeah, I'm having fun now, right? Adjusting, right, Pappy? So if the thing had that loom there, that cornucopia, that was in a different reality, not this one. They'll tell you it never happened. Fruit of the Loom says we never had that. We just had the fruit. But there was a different reality where they had that thing, didn't they? They had that cornucopia sitting there. And you have that memory. They'll tell you that was a Mandela effect. You're just remembering that wrong. It never was really there because they don't want you to realize that it was, but it wasn't this reality. It was a different one that you were in and you have memory of it. That reality collided with this reality because we're fixing that reality and this reality and pushing them together. And by doing that, that reality is no longer in existence, but part of it is, and your consciousness is now focused here, but you were also there, and now you're just here, and you have the memory of that and this. This is only vitamin water. TikTok, I'm not drinking anything crazy. That's a Voost. It's vitamin water. Cornucopia, right? Nobody important? Absolutely. Okay, what about peanut butter? Have you ever heard of Jiffy peanut butter? Or was it always been just Jif peanut butter, right? That'll tell you the difference too. Right now it's only called Jif. But there was a time when there was a Jiffy peanut butter in a different reality than this one. Right? And Peter remembers Zippy peanut butter, right? I think now it's called Skip. Used to be called Skippy peanut butter in a different reality, right? So you had Jiffy. Yeah, I know, right? Right? VBD. What? It was called Jiffy. Not anymore, right? Now it's just Jif peanut butter. What about Kit Kat candy bar? And we were talking about Nestle earlier. Kit Kat candy bar, right? Was there a hyphen? Was there a dash, Kit dash cat, or just Kit Kat? In this reality, it's just Kit Kat. They say there was never a dash there. Some of you remember that. That was a different reality than this one. Things when you have realities split from the point of where they're splitting outward, they start to evolve on their own, so things change. But if they stay close to one another and they haven't been apart for a very long time, if you bring them back in and they merge into one, there'll be subtle differences because different things changed in the time that they were separated. And then when you put them back together, only the people who are at a high enough vibration will remember that other reality. It's so similar to this one, it's identical to this one with just little differences. Okay. And those are some of the little differences. I remember the Jif peanut butter, not the Jiffy, though. That's okay. You don't have to remember every single reality. Good for you that you weren't in multiple realities because there were a lot of things that happened different in different places, right? Because there was a reality where the Nazis won the war and they took over the whole planet. There was a reality that the Japanese won that war and took over the whole planet. Okay. So there's different realities that happen and different things happen in those realities, and most of them are hooked to them being in charge and the evil people being in charge, and we're getting rid of all of those by changing the realities and sticking them back together and getting rid of the dystopian societies where everyone's a slave or whatever. Okay, so sometimes those cross over and you guys don't remember them. If you don't remember them, it's okay. You weren't supposed to, or you just weren't in it. Okay. So there's a lot of other subtle things that they call the Mandela effect, like Tinkerbell. That's a big one. Tinkerbell, like did Tinkerbell come up and go boom right on the camera and hit you with all the sparkles and then fly over the castle? Or did Tinkerbell just fly around and fly over the castle? Right? Disney says Tinkerbell never came up and went poof to the camera. But some of you remember it, don't you? Because it happened in a different reality. Not this one. Okay, but you still have memory of it. Why do you have memory of it? Okay, you have memory of it because of two things. One, you're either awake enough to remember that, but more importantly, the second reason is because you are actually from a higher plane of existence and you came here to help. And you have memory of that because you're supposed to, because it's that memory is because you were there and you're remembering it here because you're supposed to be waking up to remember that you're a higher being from a higher plane of existence who came here to help fix this place. Okay, and put it back on track, because the people that are from here, that are third dimension, they're never going to remember any of these timelines. They're all going to merge back into one, and there's going to be one timeline that everybody's going to move into 4D in, and they're still going to say, none of that stuff happened, man. None of it happened. You guys are just. But when they wake up enough in 4D, they're going to look at all of us who did this, and they're going to go, you guys fixed this. Thank you. But some people are going to go, I don't know what you're talking about. They didn't do anything. Those are just Mandela effects. And the people that are awake enough that are from here are going to go, no, no, they're not. These people actually saved our lives, and you're unaware of that right now, and that's okay. All right. Thank you for that. That this makes sense to you because it does make sense to you, because you're ringing true. You're hearing what my words, and you're going, yeah. You can tell I'm not lying. I'm making it up. Okay. These different Mandela effects. They call it the Mandela effect because of Nelson Mandela. Okay. Because there's different things. Did Nelson Mandela die in prison? Do you have that memory? Did Nelson Mandela die in prison and his wife became the president of South Africa? Or did Nelson Mandela become the president of South Africa and then he dies and his wife becomes the president of South Africa? Do you have more than one of those? Do you remember all three, or do you just remember the last one? Okay. Or do you not even know who Nelson Mandela is because you're too young? You may not even know who Nelson Mandela is or was, right? So that's why they call it the Mandela effect, because there's people out there that remember those other timelines where different things happened than the one that you're currently in. There's a bunch of those that are out there, okay? And just recently, in the last 3 days, we discovered that there was some Mandela effects that no one knows about yet, that we just started talking about today, right? Truth in all three. Yeah, see? So you're like me, you remember all three of those scenarios. You were in three different timelines, or two different ones besides this one. And you remember those two timelines as well as this one, because you were in all three of them. That one, those two, and this one. Okay. There's a reason that you remember that. There's a reason that you remember that, right? Him dying, also him being released, also. Yeah, yeah. So you remember two. You remember at the very least that he died in prison and then he was released. So there's two. But do you remember whether or not his wife became the president or not after him? But that's probably the same memory, right? Because that one's in this reality. So yeah. So those are there for you. There's others. There's many more. I could go on forever. But the new one that we've discovered is music. There was a timeline shift in the last 3 days or so, since Saturday, because Sunday I started getting onto it. Thought that I was just tripping, that maybe Spotify had upgraded their stuff, because they were talking about doing that all over the world, right? And then Penny, who's in America, yesterday said, do you notice that the music is just not the same? And I said, yeah. But I found out that she was on Spotify and I was on Spotify. So I went, well, maybe it's just Spotify. So I looked it up and saw if Spotify had just upgraded everything, and they did, but they didn't do it just in the last couple of days. They did it like in November. So I'm like, okay, so maybe I just didn't notice it. No, because we listen to music all the time. I'm listening to music when I work. If I'm not teaching, I have music on. and my wife and I play Spotify. We play all kinds of stuff in Spotify. Okay. So then I went, okay, let's check other genres. I went to YouTube, you go all over. And I started listening to music that's very old that I know that I knew I was at this concert. I've seen this video over and over and over 35, 100 times. And I went and started listening to that stuff and realized that there was changes. Okay. So I don't know what else has changed, but music is not the same today as it was 3 days ago, 4 days ago. Okay. So if you guys listen to music, if you listen to music and there's a band that you absolutely love and you've listened to everything they have, turn it on and listen to it today on the same platform you normally listen to, and then go to other platforms you don't normally listen to and listen to the same songs, and you're going to find very subtle differences in the songs. There's going to be a little thing like a solo played different. This stuff, a lot of people want you to believe is like CERN and the bad guys, right? They want you to believe that because they want you to believe they're in charge. It's not them, it's us. We're doing this because we're collapsing timelines and putting things back together as we're rewriting history. We're fixing it. They broke it, we're fixing it. And those of you who are remembering the other timelines and things changing, the reason you're remembering that is because you also came here to help. You just haven't completely become unveiled yet to remember it. Right? So that's, yeah, you're targeting the organized crime in Minnesota. Minnesota's right now very corrupt, right? You had that Walls who was really messing things up there. Yeah. Right. So good thing good thing everything came out about him and he had to step down. Didn't he just not, he stopped his campaign to continue over there? Didn't that just happen? Right. Yeah, please do, Pappy. Please do. Seriously, follow me. I'll follow you back. Send us an email. Send me some videos, and I will definitely watch them. Right. Because what we're doing, we're setting up Zoom calls for people who know that they're awake, people who know that you know who you are. Okay. And if you're part of a coalition that you're aware of, you know your higher self name if you're part of a coalition, because Penny, Peter, myself, Brooke, and a bunch of other people that are not in the crowd right now, we're the Orion Council of Light. Okay. We're the Orion Council of Light attached to the Orion Council of Light up there. Okay. So we're the coalition down here in physical form, and we're part of the Orion Council of Light, which is attached to the Galactic Council up there. Okay. And we sit on the Galactic Council and we move in and out of that. Okay. So we're down here, boots on the ground, helping down here, but we're also up there. Okay. So some of you know that, and some of you know that you're part of the councils that are a part of that Galactic Council. And some of you are individuals who came here by yourself. And those of you who are individuals who came here by yourself, those of us who are groups that are attached to the councils, are trying to get a hold of you guys to help you guys to integrate into the different councils, or at the very least, give you the tools that you need. If you want to stay on your own, we're okay with that too. So if you came here by yourself and you want to do that, we want to make sure that you have the tools to be able to do that and defend yourself so that you don't get, eaten by these people, right? And if you don't need our help, that's okay too. We're all right with that. We're not here to be egoic and worry about that stuff, right? So what is that? The Church of Satan? Did they really? Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? So the Democrat Satan Church gave him a statue, gave him the statue of state patrol in the state capitol. Lord have mercy. They just got to take it down. That's just crazy, right? Interesting, right? Right, Pat. So, and then I'll be teaching Pat. He's a student there. Pat's a student there, right? I'll be teaching him later. Right. So I'm gonna have to get off here soon because I need to take a break because I do have a Reiki class to teach in 3 hours and 20 minutes. So I'm gonna hop off of here and relax and get some food because I have a Reiki 1 course to teach day 2 of that in about 3 hours, right? At 5 p.m. my time, and it's 1:41 my time right now. So I need to head off and do that. But you guys make sure you follow me, right? Follow Merlin and Maeve, follow Leonard O'Neill, right? That's me, right? I'll type in the chat so you can see me. follow my page as well, because if ever something happens to me here on this page, I'll end up having to go live on that one, right? Until I can get back on this one for whatever reason, because I'm on a communist platform, right? So take a look at that stuff. And if you guys are interested, Defense Against the Dark Arts, you can see that right here. Those are the courses in March. 88 Australian dollars. If you're on the American dollar, the pound sterling, or the euro, that $88 is only going to cost you about 63 to 65. That's it, right? Those are Australian dollars. All right, guys. I will see you guys. You guys have a good day. I'll be back tomorrow, more than likely, to be live again to talk to you guys and give you guys what I can, right? I'm in Australia right now. I'm in New South Wales, Australia. I was born in the United States, but I'm in New South Wales, Australia right now, living with my wife. So if you guys want to see me in person, you have to be in New South Wales. Otherwise, I will eventually be coming to all the countries, because once it gets to the point where people don't trust a video and they think that we're all AI, we're going to start traveling around the world to go and see you guys in person so you can see, and we're going to start doing that either way. But it'll be sped up by people tripping on AI and wondering if we're AI. So we're planning into doing that, and we'll be going around. That's why I'm teaching myself 28 languages, so that I can say some things, if not be fluent, by the time I do that in most languages. Not all of them, but I may still need a translator in some places, and it's okay, because I'll just continue to keep learning languages until I'm good enough to talk to you guys in your native language. And if you don't speak English, right? Or if you don't understand English, right? Yeah, I was in California. I was in California. I grew up there, born and raised in California. I was in Sacramento, or Carmichael, right outside of Sacramento, and moved here. But I was born in down the San Francisco Bay Area and lived there my whole life. And then I moved to Arizona, then came back from Arizona and went up to Carmichael to take care of my mom. So I love California. Your politicians there are cuckoo, but I love the state. It's beautiful. Love that state, right? Yeah. So I'll be there. I'll be back there at some point, because I'm still an American citizen. So I'll be having to come back anyways. So I'll be in the San Francisco Bay Area when I do come back, because that's where my family is. Right. So I'll go and stay with them or around them at the time when we come back. Right. And I'll be in Lubbock one day. I love Texas. Right. I'll be in Lubbock one day, my friend. I'll come there and talk in front of you, and you can ask me questions. Right. So it's going to happen. Where right now I'm just making sure that I can stay in this country. So I'm going through the process of that. And then once they say that I can stay here, by the time they do that, I'll probably be able to apply for citizenship and keep dual citizenship. If not, I'll just be living here. And then, because right now I'm on a passport, but I'm on an 820 passport, which is a spousal passport, because I'm married to Brooke, and that gives me an 801, so I can stay here and work here passport. And then while I'm here, I'm proving to them that I am really married to Brooke, and that I'm not a lunatic, and that I don't have I'm not here to take over the government or do something dumb, unalive people or anything like that. And I'm not a criminal running from some government or something, or, you know what I mean? I'm just proving that I'm a normal citizen, and I'm a minister, and that's what I do, is minister and talk to people. And once they relax about me and let me stay, then we'll be going back and forth to America and here. So next time I come to America, I'll let you guys know I'm going to be in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I'll try to book a venue so you guys can come in and see me and talk, right? So we can do it in public. So I can do things like, like what Bashir does, and see you guys. And we're going to start doing that here. I'm already doing that. We have a fair that we go to every month, and I already grab a microphone and talk in front of people there, and we try to go live on here while I'm there, so we can answer your questions as well as answering the questions from the people live. So we tell everybody, if you're in New South Wales, that we just did that on Sunday. We were up here in Gosford on Sunday, and it's actually that way. I'm pointing in the wrong direction. It's that way. And we had a Reiki booth there, and we're selling our jewelry, and Brooke and I were Reiki healing people all day long, and I was talking like this in between that and giving people advice, right? Yeah, please go ahead, go to Gmail, and then send the links through, and make sure you put your handle in TikTok, so I know who you are, because we get a lot of email, and I won't know who's who if you guys don't make sure you send I'm so and so on TikTok. That way we go, oh, all right, and we make the connection to the name, right? So make sure you do that, and then send a video or a link to it, or you can IM me, right? You can IM us at Merlin and Maeve and then send me links to the videos there as well, okay? And if you're on a different platform, I'm on all the platforms, right? My name, Leonard O'Neill, is on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat. Merlin and Maeve is on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and what else? Well, then on here, right? So if your link is from another platform, my point is instead of emailing it, you can go there because I check those. We check them all the time. I just posted this on every single platform that I'm on, and my wife, and we just plan to put that on there today. So we're always checking all of that. So if it's easier, that's my point. If it's easier that you want to give us a link or two, Messenger, Instagram, Facebook, right? You can click them there. If you're on YouTube, whatever, you can click them on Messenger and send that to me because I'm on Messenger. Just go to my Facebook page, friend me, and you can message me, and you can send stuff that way or Instagram, right? Easier than trying to put it through an email. See my point? Or that way, it doesn't matter to me, whichever way you prefer. If it's a video that obviously you can't send on the other platforms, then definitely through the email, my friend. Right? Then definitely through the email. So, okay. So yeah, when you send me an email from there, make sure that you put in the email, right? This is Pappy Grand, right? And put that in there. Pappy Grande, Charles Newton. Tell me that, right? And yeah, that's what I was assuming. I was assuming it was stuff like that. That's like when we want to talk about that stuff on here, I have to talk in code and sometimes can't read the words that you're saying because if I say those out loud, the algorithm has a problem. It's another reason why we're setting up Zoom calls for people who are coalition friendly, for people who are actively helping to change the face of the earth. There are some words we can't say here, but we can get on a Zoom. My wife and I have two Zoom accounts, Merlin and Maeve, and I have a personal one. And we can get on the Zoom account and we can have whatever conversation we want because it's encrypted, it's not being recorded. Also, on different platforms, we can encrypt things so we can talk, right? And we can say things. You see what I'm saying? So for those people that are there, we're doing that. If you guys are interested in having those conversations, we already have a bunch of people lining up. We just have to figure out where you are so we can line that stuff up. That's why I'm doing a Reiki class tonight at 5 p.m. my time, right, to teach Reiki 1 because the person that I'm teaching is in the UK and, I'm like 11 hours ahead of them. So it's either their 10 p.m. or their 6 a.m. And he chose the 6 a.m. time. It's easier. So it's my 5 p.m., his 6 a.m. And that way I can do that. And then I go to bed after I'm teaching, right? So if you're in the United States, like right now, the west coast of the United States is 10 minutes to 7 p.m. over there, right? Over here, it's 10 minutes to 2 tomorrow because you guys, I'm 19 hours ahead of you, okay? So we're 19 hours ahead of you guys. So we're tomorrow. They're the only people that are ahead of us in the world is New Zealand, Christmas Island, and maybe Fiji, I think, something like that. There's like one or two islands in the Pacific and New Zealand. They're the only ones that are ahead of us in time, right? It's almost 8 in Colorado. Yeah, because you're on mountain time, right? Yeah. So I'm in the future. Yeah. All the people that live over here that I'm friends with, they used to say that to me, like Reese is up the coast here. And he used to say, namaste from the future, right? He used to say that all the time. And Brooke did too. Now that I'm over here, I always say that to you guys, namaste from the future. Right? So yeah, true story. I'm in the future. So I'm okay with that, right? So yeah, and we're on the east coast of Australia. So we're as far in the future in Australia as you can get. There's nobody in Australia that's further ahead of us in time, just New Zealand. Right? Just those guys over in New Zealand. That's an entirely country. I haven't been there before. I'm gonna go because it's beautiful. I told them that. I love your guys' country. I'm gonna come there one day. But yeah, then there's a couple of islands. I think Fiji's one of them, and then Christmas Island. Those are the ones that hit tomorrow before we do. They're like an hour or two. Maybe I don't think they're 3 hours, but I think they're like 2 hours, 2.5 hours ahead of us. Right, that's the beginning of the day. You know what I mean? We're all way ahead of everybody. So it's weird. I had to get used to that, especially when Brooke and I were not together. Right, when I was over there and she was over here, and we were taking care of our own mothers, we had to find a time where we could talk. She would get up early in the morning because I would get up at like 8 o'clock in the morning to take care of my mom. She would get up at like 2 in the morning over here to talk to me for a bit and then go back to sleep. And she just came walking back out now, and she just was in there sleeping. I was going to go and wake her up, jump on her, and put my body on top of hers, but she woke up. Here's my wife right here. That's Brooke right there. Hi guys, she just woke up. So I was telling them I got to get off here to take some time off before I teach the class. I'm going to go in and jump on my wife, and she woke up before I was able to go in there and put my body on hers. I love you. Howdy, how you doing? I usually sleep that way anyway. She likes it when I do that. She does that to me, or I do that to her. One of us is laying on top of the other one, holding on when we're sleeping. So maybe we are. We're cuckoo that way. Okay. So I love you guys, and thank you for all the hearts that you guys were giving me. Thank you for all the. If you guys follow me, we'll follow you back. We're trying to follow everybody, but TikTok will only allow us to follow a certain number of people every day, and then they say you followed too many people. Come back later. So we try to get all you guys that are actually making comments. If you follow us, we try to follow you back because you guys talked to us. If you follow us and you don't say anything, then you won't be high up on that list because I don't know, if you were just in and followed me and left, or if you're actually following us. You know what I mean? So it's hard for us because they won't let us do all of that stuff, and it bugs me because I want to follow everybody that follows us, right? So, but yeah, so I love you guys. Have a good day. I'm going to go and relax, get some food, recharge, get myself with some water and stuff. And then I'm going to teach a class on Zoom. And then I'm going to go to bed. And tomorrow I'm going to start it all over. And if we don't have anybody in one of the Reiki classes for tomorrow, I'll be back live on here to talk to you guys. Right. So if you guys are interested, there's the Reiki stuff right there. You got a couple classes. You got 26th and 27th still available if you want to get into one of those classes, either 9 a.m. These are all Sydney times, Sydney, Australia times, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Let us know. There's the price, 270 Australian dollars. Again, if you're on the American dollar, the sterling, the pound, or the euro, that $270 is a lot less because your guys' dollar is worth a lot more. Like, for instance, the $88 is only about 65. Okay, so I don't know exactly what that would be, but I would wager it would be under. It would probably be about $80 off or somewhere close to that. Okay, so it'd be under $200, and I don't know exactly what. You'd have to look it up. Okay, and they're both 2-day courses. This will make you a Reiki healer. You'll get attuned. This will make you be able to defend yourself for the rest of your life against every kind of form of negative or evil on this earth. There's nothing, and if we forget something, we go, oh yeah, that's a good thing, let's add it, and we add it to the thing. You will be able to take care of yourself, protect yourself, reflect negative energy from every source, reflect it back to them, protect yourself, your house, your car, your kids, your animals, everything, your job, your website. You will be able to protect everything. This stuff should be taught to everybody in school. And you'll be able to teach everybody you know this stuff. And if they're awake enough to listen to you, they'll be able to defend themselves as well. Makes it easier if you know how to defend yourself and protect yourself, to realign your chakras and protect your aura and your meridians and your endocrine system. And then it doesn't take much to learn how to eat better. And then that causes you to then start ascending. And guess what? You start getting smarter and you start learning that shit anyway. They keep us in small mind. They keep us in simple mind. So, and in fear, and then they distract us so we don't know this stuff. And that part of that is in there. Propaganda and the Jedi mind trick, the gaslighting. We teach you how to defend against that too. So if you guys are interested in any of that, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Tell us who you are. Tell us your handle as well, not just your email, and then tell us what you're interested in. If you're interested in any of these classes, get that in. We'll send you a PayPal invoice that'll automatically translate the money to you. It'll say we're requesting it 88 Australian dollars. When you punch that in, it'll tell you what that is in your money. And if you're in the dollar or the pound or the euro, you get like $20 off, maybe even $25 off. But if you're on like Canadian dollars, it's about equal. Right? If you're over in New Zealand, that 88 is going to be about 112 for you because your money's not worth as much as ours. So depending on where you are and what money you use will determine what this price is. But most of you out there that are listening are probably American, European, or in the UK. And if so, If you're in Australia, it's that amount of money. Right? If you're Australian, you know that. That's your dollars. Okay. So let us know. We'll get you in there. We keep the classrooms at no more than 5 people, right? Literally, because we don't want it to be too many. We don't want to have 10 people in there because then some people may not feel like they can ask questions. So we try to keep them at the maximum of 5, anywhere from 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and that's it. And they're 4 hours a day, right? 4 hours a day for those courses here. Okay. So they'll be 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Australian time, right? And then here, these are longer, depending on how many people that we have in there. If there's only 1 or 2 of you, we can get it in about 4 hours. Otherwise, it'll take from 9 until 3. It'll take more like 6 hours, depending on how many questions you ask. I'll let you pick my brain. So we allot it for 6 hours. Doesn't mean that it has to take that long. If you figure it all out and you understand what's happening or you understand what's happening, and then we could do it in shorter time. Okay. All right, guys. I love you guys. I'm going to go and relax and use the restroom and get some food and recharge and get myself ready for teaching the class tonight. And then I'll see you guys either tomorrow or tomorrow night or the next day, depending on whether or not we have anybody in these classes. Okay. All right. I love you guys. Have a good day. And remember, like my wife says, stay curious and question everything. Okay. Because that is the key to your unlocking yourself and remembering who you are, literally by staying curious and questioning everything. Okay. Remember that. That's how you get out of here always. Okay.